to go to college. We did too. And then a year after graduating from here, we got back together. That usually doesn't happen.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Valentine's Day. I'd like to welcome everybody on this beautiful day. I understand we have some interesting weather heading our way next week, so I'm glad the weather this week didn't prevent us from being together. I'd like to call on Charlie now to give us a little update.
I'm sure by now most of you know we had a fire on campus last night in Garber Hall. The good news is everybody's fine, right, Tim? We did have to scurry around and find hotel rooms for everybody last night. I think we're still assessing the damage, but I just want to say publicly, I was here, but I can't say enough about how well Tim Miller and his team and Juana Moore and her team did last night to respond as quickly as they did and as professionally as they did. I had every confidence. It was really rewarding for me to stand back and watch them operate last night. They did a fine job. So I'm gonna stop there. Tim, you want to go first? And then Juana can kind of come in behind you and talk about the facility itself.
Well, we got a call last night around 9 o'clock, that Barber Hall there was a fire. And so, as Charlie said, both Tim and I came, we were able to, make sure that all the kids were out of the residence hall. And, Charlie, you were very kind to say that about us, but our teams were amazing in making sure that the police was here, the Red Light folks were here, just so many people that came to help. But what we did, go ahead, Tim, you wanna?
Yeah, so there are no injuries, 202 students displaced overnight. Emergency responders cleared the scene by 1 a.m. All students, we had them gather and tail down under. It's important for us in these moments to have there be one location where they all go. That's for them, so we can figure out who everybody is and where they are. Also, so in case, as sometimes happens in these cases, parents know where to go. We did not, that we know of, have any parents come immediately. We're not on. Okay. So we have that location set. We were able to check in with all the different students. Finding out their plans for the night, if they needed a hotel, any medical needs, and then we multiple times reminded them to call home. We know that's an important process for them. Students in C and D section in floors 1 and 2 of A, after they checked in with us, we were able to use buses that were able to be gathered to take them back to the building. They were able to go in and grab enough things for the next couple of days. They then returned back to TDU, and then they were released from there because we wanted to sort of track them through the entire process. We ended up we got 50 rooms for our Hotel Madison, so we're appreciative of their support. 10, 11 o'clock at night, Hotel Madison was able to quickly pivot. So some of you had new floor mates last night that you may not have recognized. I hope they were well behaved.
The report is they weren't, so I'll just share.
Let's just say they took advantage of the opportunity.
Great. We did tell them not to use the mini bars. But again, appreciate Hotel Madison being such a great partner last night. Literally very little staff at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night were able to find us 50 plus rooms to put our students in. We had a staff member there on scene checking them in so we could assign them all to rooms. The response team met this morning at 7 a.m. Garber students will receive a message this morning. They'll be instructed to return to Huffman Hall, which is where our residence life staff is, between 9 and 11, so they can check in. We can give them updates. Those at the hotel, we have a shuttle that actually will bring them back. We'll be on rotations, taking them back, because again, while it's not a long walk, a lot of our students had a good number of items with them. So they'll be able to come back to Huffman. We'll be basically being a concierge of sorts there. We'll store all their items. Some of the students last night were very concerned about getting to class today because they have exams Monday and all that. So the review day, several students told me, was today for a test on Monday. I will note, just so you're aware, thanks to Bob Colbert and the team in academic affairs, we did notify all of their faculty about the situation so they knew and they know who these students are. So that has happened So we're expecting that our faculty are always great in these moments. We'll give grace to those students, but also some students themselves were worried and wanted to make sure that they could be prepared for exams next week. So,
Then we have the facilities folks went through the residence hall last night. I went with them. B and C are in really good shape, but we'll know definitively this morning. My folks are meeting with the fire marshal right now and going through to find out exactly when or if we can move kids back into the B and C part, and then what happens with A, how bad is the damage. It seemed to be confined to that, to the third floor, but depending on how much water, leaked through, because they did obviously have to put the fire out, there was water in the building, but we'll know a little bit more, after they meet with the fire marshal this morning.
so, and it's really important to note that I want to reiterate, everyone in B and C section that we got in touch with and were in personal touch with last night was able to go back to the rooms and the first and second floor of A section. So really only one floor was not able to actually go back to their room last night, which is pretty incredible. Says a lot about, I know they're older, but the village buildings are built to last. The cinder block construction, all that, really, even the students on first and second floor had almost no impact in their rooms other than some smoke. And it meant a lot to those students to be able to go back. So we also appreciate the fire department for helping students do that and escorting them back into those spaces. Our response team will be meeting again at 12:30 to talk through Garber Hall, the return time for B and C. And then because we do think A will probably be displaced a little longer, the team has already identified hotel options for those students for a longer period of time until we can figure out what A section will look like, and specifically the third floor. And then just want to do a couple of quick thank yous for police and fire response. JMU PD was on the scene in moments after the incident, and fire response was really amazing as they arrived on the scene. JMU Finance Administration, especially facilities and police, and the teams that have been working throughout the night from the moment it happened all the way through to figure out what to do with the students. I will note President King, there's a lot of presidents that don't show up at 10:30 at night to incidents like this, so I appreciate him being there, and he spoke to the kids last night, which I know made them all feel better and also makes their parents feel better that their president was there. The JMU University communications team on scene, and also throughout the night monitoring the conversations that are going on out there and monitoring all that. And I'll just say for my team, my leadership team all showed up, was there all throughout the night. And specifically want to honor residence life and Dina students. And remember that our buildings are run by students. So we had student staff, hall directors, and resident advisors who didn't know the state of their own rooms, and yet still pushed through to help their residents, especially Megan Gillespie, the hall director of the building, worked all night, not knowing what her room looked like and her access. So I just really want to honor those students and what they did all night, and will continue to do, knowing they don't know where they're going, still supporting everybody else. So this only happens because people step up and do this work together. So that's our report. Open to questions. Anything else folks might want to know? Any clarity we can provide?
Well, on behalf of the board, I'd like to say thank you for your excellent leadership during a crisis on campus. And it sounds like that we have everything in good order, and we'll look forward to hearing a report after you all learn from the fire marshal what next steps look like. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Does anyone have any item that they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next up are committee reports, and I will call on Nicole Wood to do academic excellence. I would happy to. Next up is advancement and engagement. Michael?
Good morning, Madam Rector, thank you. It is days like today where I am reminded of, for those things for which we can be so grateful. Beauty of the Valley, the first responders last night, this community, the way that the community immediately responds. I know Valentine's Day is another. Great. So the Advancement and Engagement Committee heard the following reports on February 13th, 2025. We begin with fundraising updates. Alex Marinelli shared that athletics has raised $10 million thus far in fiscal year 2025. This included over 6,500 unique donors, which is once again a record for unique donors for athletics for the university. The annual fund, which includes the Proud and True Fund and Duke Club seat contributions, is currently at $1.2 million. Jeff Gilligan reported that as of February 4th, university-wide giving has reached $18.6 million in total gifts. Additionally, conditional gifts, which include estates and bequests and non-charitable contributions, has jumped to $5 million, more than double last year's figure of $2.4 million. Next was Dr. Nick Langridge. Dr. Nick Langridge gave his vice president's report. So everyone, please mark your calendars. February 27th, this is Giving Day. Throughout last year, we received donations from nearly 25,000 contributors. Of those, 5,000 participated alone on Giving Day. It is my honor and my privilege to invite each one of you to join the committee in participating in JMU Giving Day on February 27th. Give early and give often. Also, if you have interest in learning more about a matching gift, please talk to Nick. Next was committee business. A motion was put forward to remove a reference to federal relations in our committee charter, as those updates are now covered in the Administration and Finance Committee. The motion was approved. We then had the privilege of hearing from 3 remarkable students. These students shared how scholarship support has changed the trajectory of their lives. Their stories were a very powerful reminder of the impact of giving, and I think very importantly for us, a very important reminder of why we are all here. Paula Puglisi and Aaron Conley then gave an overview of the Alumni Chapters Program, which now boasts 40 active regional and affinity chapters. The Alumni Relations Office provides the chapters with structure, event management, and marketing support, ensuring that our alumni stay connected and engaged. We then heard from Kerry Combs and Ryan Bowles regarding Madison Trust. Madison Trust offers a unique opportunity to support some of JMU's most innovative faculty and staff-led projects. This year's event will be held March 14th from 9:15 to 4:30 at the festival boardroom. 10 projects will be showcased. Investors are expected to commit between $5,000 and $25,000 per project for the projects for which the investors find most compelling. Finally, Andy Perrine, Associate Vice President of University Marketing and Branding, highlighted the success of JMU's official podcast, Being the Change, brought to you by Madison Magazine. The podcast has released 18 episodes and has already been listened or has racked up 7,200 listens, with an ever-growing audience turning in for new content. Please download and listen to Being the Change at your earliest convenience. We then talked a little bit about the power of vision and the power of energy. And there's a ton of vision and a ton of energy on this campus. And ultimately, they're examples of leadership. They're a way to point towards leadership. And I will say, Charlie, thank you for your leadership. Suzanne, thank you for your leadership. And so with some discussion around leadership, we then adjourn. So with that, Madam Rector, I move to accept the report of the advancement and engagement.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nicole, are we ready?
We are prepared and ready to.
Very fine.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Academic Excellence Committee meeting on February 13th began with a welcome by myself, followed by the approval of the minutes. The committee then heard the following reports. Divisional update for academic affairs provided by our Provost Bob Colborne. He began his remarks by recognizing the recent passing of Communication Sciences and Disorders faculty member, Dr. Chris Kleinard. The provost reported progress made on the 5 academic priorities for the year. The anticipated deliverables for 3 of the 5 priorities were achieved, and work continues as planned for reform of the core curriculum and implementation of re-engineering Madison. On the College of Health and Behavioral Studies, Dean Sharon Lovell gave brief remarks, then introduced 3 speakers to highlight different aspects of the college's initiatives. Associate Dean and Director of the Institute for Innovation in Health and Human Services, Linda Plitt Donaldson, provided an overview of the Institute, its worth to the community, and its local use of grant funding. A faculty panel described the Institute's outreach and engagement locally and throughout the Commonwealth. Robin Anderson, Graduate Psychology Academic Unit Head, highlighted the value of the work-based learning in health and behavioral clinics for students and future practitioners, the community, and the Commonwealth. A panel of graduate students shared their clinic experiences and the benefits of these programs. Associate Dean Kevin Apple shared the college's initiative to promote student success through a course for students facing academic suspension. From what we know, this is the first of its kind, this class, and I would highly recommend you look into it. He is the only person who works on this class, and it's developed for students who are facing suspension. I think the rate is about 70% for those who take the class, continue on, and those who don't lose, I think it was 0.6 of grade point average. So really, really impressive. Curriculum proposals. Paula Maxwell, Associate Vice Provost for Curriculum, presented 2 curriculum proposals for board approval. A new graduate degree program, Master of Arts in Physical and Health Education, Teacher Education, or FEAT, would target already licensed K-12 teachers who want to switch their content area to FEAT. There is no equivalent program in Virginia. The curriculum would add 1 new course to currently existing courses and would require no new funding. SHEV is offering expedited approval for this type of program because education is a critical need area, and the degree would be effective summer of 2025. Madam Rector, on motion from the committee, I move the full board approve the new Master of Arts in Physical and Health Education, Teacher Education.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions for Nicole or Bob? Hearing none, all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The second proposal would elevate the existing major in dance to a standalone degree and allow JMU to offer both a Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Fine Arts in dance. No new funding is required, as both degrees can be offered with existing staffing and minor course adjustments to current classes. The program change would be effective in fall of 2025. Madam Rector, on motion from the committee, I move the full board approve the new Bachelor of Arts in Dance and Bachelor of Fine Arts in Dance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rector. We did make 2 brief committee charter changes. The committee discussed and approved proposed changes to their charter, most significantly the addition of research to the Academic Excellence Committee's purview and responsibilities. The meeting adjourned at 2:31 p.m. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Academic Excellence Committee to be accepted.
Second. I don't think I need a second for committee. I apologize. All those, any discussion? All those signify on accepting that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, next up, we have athletics. Vicky.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Athletics Committee heard the following reports at our meeting on Thursday. Regarding sports, the conference and NCAA update, JMU teams have compiled a 94, 67, and 11 cumulative record for a 578 winning percentage so far this academic year. By capturing the Mid-American Conference regular season championship, the JMU field hockey team earned the right to host the championship in 2025. JMU will serve as host to the 2025 Sunbelt Conference Outdoor Track and Field Championships in May. The JMU cheerleading squad finished 4th out of 13 teams in the UCA College Nationals Small Co-Ed Division, 1A game day category. Pardon me. Lacrosse begins the season ranked 18th nationally in the USA Lacrosse Magazine and IWLCA preseason rankings, and beat Virginia Tech on the road yesterday. 146 student athletes earned academic honors for the 2024 fall term, 108 on the dean's list, 38 on the president's list, and 24 with a 4.0 GPA. While 198 student athletes earned 80 scholar athlete honors. The committee received an update on the new NCAA Women's Basketball Fund, changes made to select regular season schedules and championships, and other noteworthy national headlines. The Intercollegiate Athletics Program report, the ABA audit, the committee members were provided the 2024 Intercollegiate Athletics Committee Program report, the APA audit, which referenced JMU's revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 24. JMU's subsidy percentage was 53%, which is below the 55% subsidy threshold set forth by the Cox Bill for all NCAA Division I-A institutions in the Commonwealth. The audit approved the university's reporting processes of the data and yielded no management recommendations for the university. The student athlete disciplinary report, committee members were provided a summary of the judicial violations, sanctions, and disciplinary actions incurred by student athletes for 2023-24, which consisted of only 3 judicial charges by 1 student athlete. The report referenced that in addition to sanctions and disciplinary actions imposed by the court system and JMU's Office of Student Accountability Restorative Practices, JMU coaches have the autonomy to enforce additional penalties, including removal from the team, scholarship reductions, additional community service obligations, program suspensions, scrimmage suspensions, and team program strikes. Student athlete health and wellness update. We received an excellent report on the Integrated Health and Sports Performance Department, which consists of sports medicine. JMU has 16 certified athletic trainers, which gives us a 1-to-35 ratio, and that's the best in the Sun Belt Conference. We also received a report on the strength and conditioning, sports nutrition, and sports psychology that's taking place. Strategic planning, collaborations, and focus on best practices in each area are at the forefront of this department, and driving decisions impacting care for student athletes and staff continues to focus on policy updates and best practices in each area that increase the level of care provided and ensure compliance with the required NCAA Division I healthy and safety attestation. Fundraising update, an athletics fundraising update was also provided, the details of which are shared in the Advancement Committee Chair's report. JMU Athletics successfully completed its 2nd annual Digging Dukes campaign, which is a 24-hour campaign focused on sports-specific giving. Collected $479,493, which was raised in 24 hours. There were 1,688 donors, 34% alumni, 22% friends, 18% former student athletes, and 9% faculty, staff, and 6% students. A reminder that Giving Day, as you just heard, is scheduled for February 27th, 2025. And future agenda items were discussed for consideration at the upcoming Athletics Committee meeting. Madam Rector, I move to accept the report of the Athletics Committee. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jeff Bolander in the Audit Risk and Compliance report.
Madam Rector, the audit committee met at 2:45 p.m. on February 13th, 2025. The minutes from November 7th, 2024 were approved. Becky Holmes provided an annual update from the Compliance Committee. She discussed how the compliance program at JMU is evolving and introduced Elizabeth Linger, our new compliance coordinator. Carolyn Strong, the director of the Office of Research Integrity and the university's Research Integrity Officer, presented on the pivotal role of that office in upholding ethical research standards and compliance. The Office of Research Integrity, or ORI, is in the Division of Research, Economic Development, and Innovation, which is led by Vice President Dr. Anthony Tonkin. ORI oversees 4 key committees appointed by President King: the Institutional Review Board, Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, Institutional Biosafety Committee, and the Conflict of Interest Committee. They ensure the integrity of research involving human subjects, animals, and biosafety, as well as financial conflicts of interest. ORI administers critical programs for human research protection, animal care, biosafety, export control, research security, international research, and is responsible for the conduct of research. ORI collaborates with the Office of Risk Management in ensuring lab safety and has administrative oversight of the Radiation Safety Committee. The office's comprehensive oversight and proactive measures are essential to JMU's commitment to ethical and responsible research. The internal audit work plan status report was reviewed. In addition, the committee reviewed and approved the Audit, Risk, and Compliance Committee Charter and the Internal Audit Charter. The committee went into closed session to review and discuss internal audit committee reports issued since the last meeting. The meeting adjourned at 4:30. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Audit Committee be accepted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next up, we have Steve Smith, Finance and Fiscal Development.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Finance and Fiscal Development Committee heard the following reports at the meeting of February 13, 25. The financial review, the university's revenue and expenditures were appropriate for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. The annual investment review, the university's investment portfolio of December 31, 24 was presented for review. We also discussed the Reengineering Madison update, an informative update detailing the progress so far and upcoming milestones for Reengineering Madison was presented. Recent achievements include implementation of a tool called My JMU Data to promote transparency use of JMU data, continued expansion of the use of constituent relationship management systems by advising student success and orientation groups, and selection of an events management add-in for the CRM. Upcoming actions are the implementation of a new identity and access management system in March, and the selection and purchase of a new HR and finance platform, and a full rollout of the CRM to advancement and admissions. We also heard a presentation on differentiated housing rates. The presentation outlined options to expand current use of differentiated room rates, whereby rent is charged based on various factors such as amenities, location, and size of space. Creating 2 new room rate categories would allow the university to generate much needed revenue while still having one of the lowest rates in the Commonwealth for on-campus housing. The room rate categories will be included in the room and board fees that would be proposed in April, and if approved, would take effect in the 25-26 academic year. Information was presented regarding the proposed conveyance to the university of 2 small parcels, one on Eastover Drive and one at the intersection of Cardinal and Duke Drive. The city of Harrisonburg has approved the conveyance of the parcels at no charge, which President King said was certainly a first. Historical. The conveyance is needed for I-81 widening project and the necessary VDOT right-of-ways for the stormwater retention area. The land conveyance presentation can be found in the full board binder. The committee approved the land conveyance from the city of Harrisonburg. And Madam Rector, on the motion from committee, I would ask the full board approve the conveyance of the before mentioned land.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the conveyance signify by saying aye.
Aye. Madam Rector, we also went into a closed session. The committee met in closed session to discuss real estate matters. No action was taken by the committee. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Finance and Physical Development Committee be accepted.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Next up, we have the Governance Committee and Jack White.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Yesterday, when the governance committee met, it began by emphasizing its singularity of focus on the upcoming board retreat, which
is
shall be occurring on June 5th and 6th at Kings Mill Resort in Williamsburg. And then after everybody got all excited about that, we went ahead and approved the minutes of the November committee meeting. The committee was then joined by Chris Oren, Executive Director of Planning Analytics and Institutional Research, which is part of the Office of the President. And Dr. Oren shared an update on his and Vice President Kirkpatrick's approach to the upcoming SWOT analysis. And for everybody knows what SWOT analysis is: an evaluation of the university's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And all of this is in preparation for a presentation that will be given to the entire board at its upcoming board retreat, which is scheduled to occur on June 5th and 6th at Kings Mill Resort in Williamsburg. Early in the process of this whole SWOT analysis, the full board will have an opportunity to contribute to the process through a special Zoom session that Dr. Kirkpatrick will coordinate with us on, to make sure that the SWOT analysis is beneficial to all of us. The members then briefly discussed the upcoming process for the board's self-evaluation. So all of the board members should expect to receive the self-evaluation in March and are respectfully requested to respond promptly so that the governance committee can discuss the findings in the April board meeting so that we can all talk about it at the upcoming board retreat.
Which is when?
I'm so glad that you asked. It's scheduled to occur on June 5th and 6th at Kings Mill Resort in Williamsburg. The committee then reviewed revisions and updates to the board manual, and the governance committee approved those updates. So, Madam Rector, at this time, I move that the full board approve the changes to the board manual that are included in everyone's materials.
Jack, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those signify by saying aye. Thank you.
Just for everybody's information, one of the goals of the governance committee has been for purposes of board hygiene, to ensure that all of our operational documents are in order. And we are on schedule to have that, given the fact that all of the committee chairs are also looking at their charters. With this last vote that you just took, we're on schedule to complete that task by the end of this academic term. The committee also discussed our thorough review of the JMU student handbook, and the governance committee affirmed the handbook's alignment with the board manual and its consistency with the university's mission. Vice President Kirkpatrick and Vice President Miller and AVP Duran Allen will coordinate to make sure that everything remains in harmony. Finally, the governance committee discussed agenda items, the specific agenda items, which include the the SWOT analysis, a report from EAB on the state of the sector, an opportunity to engage in some visioning with the new president and master planning, all of which shall occur at the board retreat, which is scheduled to occur on June 5th and 6th at Kings Mill Resort in Williamsburg. Madam Rector, I move the report of the governance committee be accepted.
Thank you, Jack. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Madam Rector,
Yes.
I wonder if I could ask the chairman of the committee, when is the board?
Well, Dickie, I'm so glad that that board retreat is scheduled to occur on June 5th and 6th at Kings Mill Resort in Williamsburg.
Got it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Jack. We do know when the retreat will be. And if we don't, shame on us. Our last committee report, but certainly not least, Student Affairs and Terry Edwards.
So thank you, Madam Rector. We also reviewed our Student Affairs Committee charter and made some small changes, and the committee approved, which we'll recommend back to the Governance Committee. We do recognize leaders each month. And this month, I was really excited about it. The National Association of Student Personnel Administrators had 3 awards in Virginia, and JMU got all 3. We got the best graduate student, best professor, and school and administrator. So it was Gavin Wilkerson, Jonathan Stewart, and Dr. Tim Miller were all recognized. So I was very excited about that. I thought that was a really nice recognition. Here. Yeah, and also just recognize Holly Hill. She works with our student counseling organization. Her and her team did a really great job. We had an untimely death of a student in the past month, and I think sometimes you think about the people right around that, but it affects a lot of people involved, and they did a great job of all the counseling and being there as a resource for that student's friends and family. We also had a national ACPA assessment award, and Jonathan Stewart, Sarah Finney, Autumn Wild, and Kate Schaefer all received that as well. So it was a Jonathan Stewart month for the Student Affairs Committee, and he was there and we recognized him. We also did review the restructured room and housing rates, as Steve Smith pointed out, by the Finance Committee, and agreed and supported those that you had outlined. And then Dr. Miller shared his strategic plan, the Student Affairs Strategic Plan, in which you all have a copy in your place. I think one of the things I really like about this is he lays it out that's going to be consistent with the President's Council on Health and Wellbeing. So taking a different lens for all of our student affairs, and everything that we feeds into health and wellbeing. It's not just one section. So you'll see when you look through this, it has clearly outlined the objectives, the KPIs, which speak to business people's hearts, and the outcomes. So we'll start with baseline year, and there's measurable outcomes as we move through that. And I really do appreciate all the hard work that went from your team, because I know it was a group effort. We also heard from our student body president, Brielle Latore, who's here today, as well as our board visitors, Representative student Sydney Stafford, on their recent visits to Richmond, the committee work, and around the campus. And I really do appreciate Brielle's work. She had made 3 major focus areas for this year, and everything that she does feeds into those, and they feed into the strategic plan for the Student Affairs Committee. We also had a presentation from the Office of Student Accountability and Restorative Practices. And I think the important thing is one of our committee responsibilities is looking at all student discipline across the campus, all the things that happen and trends. And we look at all the data, and it's in your board packet. So if you have time, just look through it. It's pretty encouraging. But what this office does is meet with those students and determine if there's some way that we can restore. So let's say a student had a theft and they took something from a store. Instead of prosecuting them, working with the police department and with the student to say, you know, what did you do? What did you learn from it? How could we restore that? Pay back the store, and then have a whole learning and growth process for that student. Pretty impressive. They went into details on all the work that they've done. They have trained and done consulting with other universities across the country. and also in the state with VCU, UVA, and Virginia Tech. I thought it was so good. I thought we should package it, Charlie, and then outsource it to many cities and other locations, because I think everybody could benefit from something like that. And then we heard from a panel of student leaders in the fraternity and sorority life community. Sometimes fraternities and sororities get a bad rap, and I think they do a lot of great things also for a campus. And it was really wonderful to hear from 4 different students on the impact that that sorority and fraternity life have had on them and the investment that they've made in the community. So, Madam Rector, I move the report of the Student Affairs Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Terry. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those signify by saying aye. Thank you very much. Thank you all. I would just encourage you all, if you all did not read each of the committee documents that was provided in the portal in the snowstorm that we're expected next week, you might hunker down and just read through that, because there is a lot of great information. I had the opportunity to attend 2 of the committees, but I read through all the information, and it's really informative and helps us to understand what's happening here on campus in between our meetings. Next, I would like to call on the Faculty Senate, Kathy Walter, please, to make her report. If her report.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Good morning. And thank you again for the opportunity to present to the full board. The Shared Governance Implementation Team, which is a group of individuals from administration and from faculty, have been working hard in combination with administration to finalize the definition for shared governance across JMU campus. The Senate will be voting on the statement at our February meeting, which is at the end of the month. And in addition, this implementation team is very busy, and they have been working and spending time identifying their priority areas, because there were 44 recommendations that came out of the shared governance task force. And so they have been working on prioritizing those recommendations and deciding which ones might be best dealt with within the handbook committee, the faculty handbook committee. And so divvying up some of the recommendations and priorities, as well as what to send on to the handbook committee. Members of the Senate Policies Committee continue to work with the Academic Affairs Policy Committee to create a draft of Academic Affairs Policy 2, which deals with academic unit heads. And we hope that that will be ready for review in the next few weeks, or at least a month or so. The Faculty Concerns Committee continues to discuss models for new appeals and grievances processes, which those processes are in the faculty handbook. So they would review those models and then send those on to the faculty handbook revision committee, so that they can determine which ones might work best on our campus. The Senate would also like to develop a process of joint approvals, and how that process actually plays out when the Senate needs to look at something, administration needs to look at something, and maybe students need to look at something. How does that process work? So we're investigating that, and we are, as a Senate, trying to be better at internal communication within our committees, and making sure that subcommittees are taking minutes and posting those on our website, so that all faculty know what's going on and not just individuals within the Senate. Any questions about that update before I go into faculty highlights? I'm going to focus on the Department of Math and Statistics primarily today in some of their updates. The department continues its service providing students free tutoring by faculty in the Learning Suite. And last year, they actually had 1,800 unique individual visits by students, with service provided by over a dozen faculty members. So it seems to be a heavily used learning center or learning suite. The department has successfully created a data science program and obtained approval to offer a data science concentration to individuals in the statistics major. The department has also crafted a detailed proposal for offering a graduate certificate in data science, as well as an undergraduate major in data science. Both are long-term, as they must be approved by SHEV, everyone is aware. The department now offers a minor in computational analytics. No idea what that is, but designed for students who want to gain expertise in numerical techniques and programming and tools from applied mathematics to analyze and search for optimal solutions to real-world problems. The Math Education Group, together with the Curriculum and Instruction Committee, a member of the College of Education, and the AUH, revised the mathematics for middle grades teachers minor. 3 majors in the department, Aaron Frommel, Zachary Harrington, and Brianna Worms, were invited to join Phi Beta Kappa National Honor Society based on their academic achievements. Holland Nelson and with Bernie Kostler in political science, Hollis in the math department, math and statistics department. And Sean McCarthy with WTRC, Writing, Rhetoric, and Technical Communication, guided an XLab course called Hacking for Democracy. Some of you may be familiar with that course that usually is taught at least once a year. And there have been 24 undergraduate students in 5 interdisciplinary projects for the U.S. Department of State's Diplomatic Security Services, visiting departments and offices in Maryland and Northern Virginia, and traveling to Costa Rica to talk about the proposals that they have. Lauren Tallman mentored a group of 7 JMU students in her crochet and code undergraduate research group last fall of 23. 5 of these students submitted their work in the spring of 24, which was accepted for publication and presentation at the 2024 Bridges Conference. 4 of these students, Kay Birch, Jared Gonzalez, Claire Jones, and Lauren Wierminski, received scholarships to present at the conference last summer. 3 students mentored by Joshua Ducey and David Duncan in the summer of 23 were awarded Pi Mu Epsilon Award with a cash prize for their talk at the Joint Mathematics Meeting in San Francisco. Faculty in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics raised over 1.3 million in grants for a variety of projects that are ongoing. Caroline Lupert was awarded the 2024 Advanced Career Undergraduate Mentoring Award by the Mathematical Computing and Statistical Science Division of the Council of Undergraduate Research. And lastly, Maddie STEM, which is Making a Difference in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math, will hold their conference on Saturday, March 29th, 2025. This is a 1-day STEM conference at JMU designed for girls in grades 6 to 8. Participants engage in exciting hands-on workshops organized by JMU faculty. They attend presentations by women in STEM careers and interact with JMU students who are studying in STEM fields. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Kathy, very much for that review. What's going on? And
Definitely.
we all need to probably get that analytics opportunity because that seems to be the way of the future. Next up, we have Sydney Stafford, student rep to the board.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be back here with you all today. I first wanted to share what I've been up to since our last meeting. I've continued to reach out to students and hear more about what they want to see in our next president. I've also had valuable conversations with students about community engagement and service learning that I will talk about very soon. These past few weeks, I've attended Richmond Advocacy Day with the Student Government Association and participated in Student Lobby Day. My peers and I had the opportunity to meet with legislators in the Virginia General Assembly to discuss bills JMU students would benefit from in the areas of college affordability, capital expenditure projects, and student health and safety. I also attended the JMU Legislative Reception, where I was able to see many of you and support JMU's efforts in Richmond. I also hosted the Virginia Student Representative Conference the day after our last full board meeting. We had 6 student representatives attend, and it was a very worthwhile experience and continued tradition here at JMU. In January, I attended the SHEV Student Advisory Committee meeting with Brielle and heard information on constructive dialogue, the campus food insecurity report, and remarks from the Virginia Secretary of Education. It has been a very productive past couple of months, and I'm excited to finish our year strong. Today, as I mentioned, I wanted to touch on the roles of community engagement and service learning from the student perspective. Both topics are extremely valuable at the educational experience and are necessary for students during their time at JMU. To further my understanding on both of these topics, I asked a few students what community engagement means to them, and I received answers such as bettering my community or volunteering. However, many students also responded with learning to give back to the world or learning how I can support those around me, the key word being learning, and that key word prompted me to engage with the concept of service learning. Service learning is a teaching method that combines community service and classroom learning. Students feel that by growing their engagement with the community in academic settings, they are not only giving back to local communities, but growing their minds in more significant ways than they would in the classrooms. There are mutual benefits to this method of learning, such as growing in civic responsibility, stronger career readiness, leadership development, and stronger bonds with local communities for the students, and direct support for nonprofits, long-term positive relationships, and economic relief for the Harrisonburg community. There are many ways that JMU students currently engage with our community in Harrisonburg and beyond. For example, there are partnerships through our Community Engagement Volunteer Center, where students can volunteer locally and develop their leadership skills and attend alternative break trips. Our student organizations that partner with local communities as well. For example, the Greek Life and the Arc in Harrisonburg partnership, in which Greek Life participates in a dance competition, raising just under $20,000 every year. Or organizations like JMU Give, volunteering at Vine and Fig or Elkton Food Bank. A couple of university departments currently participate in service learning, such as the JMU Justice Studies Department, partnering with Jubilee Climate Farm, or the Hart School in their community service projects. There are also many internship opportunities that come from these projects as well. Within these next few months, we have more opportunities for students to engage with the community that I thought you all may be interested in. During our upcoming spring break, the Community Engagement and Volunteer Center is hosting a variety of alternative breaks that partner with organizations like Habitat for Humanity, Project Cure, and Cumberland Island National Seashore. Additionally, the JMU Big Event is coming up on April 12th, which is our annual university-wide day of service. We also have a program called Duke's Making a Difference for first years or transfer students during the weeks of welcome in August, where new students and CEVC student leaders partner with local nonprofits. Although we have many amazing community service engagement opportunities, students would like to see service learning opportunities expanded into their academic programs. It is essential that students gain experience working with local communities to grow into well-rounded individuals. And throughout my conversations I've had with students, I've observed that there is a higher interest in community engagement when this engagement is tied into their academic programs and success. I've also heard students mention wanting more opportunities for group volunteering that is not associated with joining another organization, as well as stronger funding for our volunteer programs, like our alternative break programs. Many students have also expressed their interest in volunteering with JMU leadership, including our next university president. As I mentioned, community engagement is essential to the student experience, and I, among my peers, look forward to seeing these programs continue to grow and service learning expanded. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Sydney. I appreciate that report, and I appreciate your leadership here on campus and also serving on the presidential search.
Thank you.
Charlie, President's report.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Welcome to your third board meeting of the year. Not that I'm counting. So you have one more left in April. But a lot of things have occurred since you were last here, and I'll do my best to update you on a number of those. First, we had our winter commencement on December 14th. We had with us the Attorney General, Jason Mararis, who's a 98 graduate that did an outstanding job speaking. And one of the things, in case some of you weren't here, that Jason did is when he finished his speech, he left the podium and went down the steps and shook hands with every graduate that went across that stage, which I thought was a unique thing for a speaker to do. 870 graduates, large crowd, close to 5,000 guests in the arena. Many of you were there. Thank you for participating in our commencement ceremony. I think it's really important for the graduates and their families to see you guys on the platform. And so those of you that could not be here, hopefully you can participate again when we do this again in May. We did have some commissionings, as you would expect. Some of our cadets graduate at mid-year. Most of them graduate, of course, in May. It's a really moving ceremony. I've never been to one, but the cadets get the opportunity to be sworn in by an individual they pick to administer the oath. And so that was really fun to watch that ceremony. But our very own Jack White was the guest speaker for that ceremony. And as you would expect, Jack did an outstanding job. And Jack, we appreciate you coming and doing that. We also went to Florida in December. Many of you were able to go with us. I hope the rest of you got a chance to watch the game. Because of our record, we were invited to the Boca Raton Bowl. We faced off against Western Kentucky. It's an exciting game, went down to the fourth quarter. Fortunately, we won that game. And I've had a lot of fun with that since that game in Florida, particularly with my colleagues at the other FBS schools in the Commonwealth, because we were the only FBS school to win a bowl game in the Commonwealth. And we had the winningest record of any FBS school in the Commonwealth. We brought the trophy back so you can see that. So, you may want to get a picture of that at the end of the board meeting. But we have with us our head coach, Bob Chesney. And Bob just had an outstanding first year at JMU with a winning record and winning the first bowl game in the history of this school. But since being back from Florida, Bob has been recognized for 2 awards. One, he was recognized as the Virginia State Coach of the Year by the Sports Information Directors in Virginia. And he also won a national award, the Bear Bryant Award for Fan Vote Favorite Coach of the Year. So let's recognize Bob Chesney. I asked Bob to say a few words about the season and maybe give us a preview of what lies ahead. So Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, I sure will. First of all, it was a lot warmer down there in Florida, so being in December in Florida was great. You guys told me there was no snow here, by the way, Charlie. There's a lot. I thought I got away from it up in Massachusetts, but it was a good year. Obviously, a lot of these awards that come forth are not for any one person. I understand that it's a staff and most importantly, a team award. And it really does truly take a village. As you think back to where we were here, a year ago, 64 new guys on this team, all new coaches trying to modernize the football program and figure out what we need to do as we move forward in this landscape was really what I was charged with. And it took a lot. At one point, I really did wonder if we'd even have enough guys to play football at some point. And we were able to put it together and have a nice year. I want to call it a great year. I want to call it a good year. I'd say it's a nice year. I think that, there's probably, 2 or 3 games that we all wish we could have done a couple of different things, myself, especially in one in particular. And I think those are areas we need to just be able to continue to grow. And I think we've, again, been able to bring in some really good guys, some really good coaches, and we have to replace a few guys. And by the end of spring, we have to do that as well. And currently we have to replace a couple of coaches, which I'm going back to do an interview right now as soon as I walk out of here for one of our other positions. And there could be others that open, and that's just the name of the game right now. So I think it's important to understand, just how appreciative we all are for each and every one of you. You have big decisions to make, and you need to figure out, exactly where to invest and where to do certain things. And it doesn't, there's a lot of weight that comes with that. But I just want to make sure you understand how appreciative I am for each and every one of you in this room, and understand that I know that it takes a village. But I think the people at the top or people above you, you really need 3 things to be successful, in my mind. One is they need to understand what you're going through. They need to understand all the intricacies of this ever-changing environment that we live in. We have to be willing to adapt and overcome, aggressively adapt, so that we could overcome a lot of things that we're facing. But first you have to understand, secondly, you got to care. And then thirdly, you got to be willing to work together, right? Understanding alone and willing to work together without caring doesn't really work. Caring and working together without understanding doesn't really work. You really need all 3 of those. And I think that as Matt and I, continue to develop our relationship and our understanding of this, environment that we're in, there's a whole lot in here that we're going to need your help on, and certainly appreciate all that you've done. But most importantly, I want to thank you in advance for all that we're going to do in the very near future, because it truly does take a village, and I'm proud to be part of this village. So thanks for having me. Appreciate this. Again, this is truly a team award, and I accept this on behalf of the entire program. Thank you.
Jack, I'll try to see you on June 5th and 6th.
We placed a coin or a medallion at each one of your locations. Nick Landers and his staff started this last year after our first bowl game. So this is a tradition we started. So take this home and place it in a prominent place. You received an email from me on January the 23rd announcing our early acceptances for this coming year. Another great year with regard to applications. You can see on the slide, we had over 44,700 applications. And I would remind you right now, that's for 4,800 slots for next year. So another outstanding year of applications. What I want to draw your attention to on this slide is two things. One is the acceptance rate going from 75% just last year to 63%, which I think just illustrates how strong the candidate pool is for students wanting to attend JMU. The other one, and you shouldn't be surprised, and I want to mention this one, but look at that out-of-state application percentage. 50% of those 44,000 applications were from out of state. And we talked a lot about that in September and why that's important. But I just make the comment here. One, we set a goal in September, if you remember, to try to move our out-of-state pool or out-of-state enrollment up to 25%. We're currently at 23%. If we continue with this number of applications and that number of out-of-state applications, that's going to make our job a lot easier to get to that 25%. And I think the second thing I would say, and I said this in September, we are now being seen across the country as a national university. We, as you can tell, we got applications from all 50 states and 119 countries. So great year with regard to applications, and many thanks to Melinda and her staff for processing all of those applications. There will be another round of admissions, in case you're wondering, in March, middle of March. A number of the students got in early acceptance, but we deferred a lot of students, and some of you may have heard that from parents and saying, what does that mean? Well, it just means we're going to do another round in March. And so that'll be coming up 22nd of March, around the middle of March.
Around the middle of March.
Okay. FAFSA, we talked about this also back in September. And if you remember, we had our associate vice president here to talk about how we survived what is being known now as the FAFSA fiasco, which you remember is the education department changed that process, changed that form, and it didn't go very well last year, to be real honest with you. But this year, you know, we were promised that it would get better, and we're seeing that. You know, they changed the date when you would normally apply for your federal financial aid from October 1 to December. They actually have done better than that. It's rolled out so much better that they actually opened that up in November for students and parents to apply for federal financial aid. Things are going much smoother. Just to put one thing in context, we're already getting downloads from the federal government with regard to that financial information. And last year, the first download we got was in April. So way ahead of schedule on FAFSA. Rankings, we talked a lot about that again in September. I thought the rankings kind of were over with in July and August, but I was mistaken. The rankings come out all year long. And in particular, we just recently were notified that a number of our master's online programs have been recognized in the top 50 in the country. And you can see there we actually have one, it's number 12, our master's in nursing administration program. So we're very excited about being ranked this high with our online programs. Each meeting I identify or recognize individuals who have had major achievements or things of recognition we want to mention to you. We have 5 of those today. The first one you see is Rudy Molina, Joy Bertan, and Amanda Sawyer, who have been working with the city of Stanton on a grant, which they've now received $2.3 million. And this will support student success, and it aims to work closely to reduce the learning gap for first-generation low-income students in the Shenandoah Valley. Very important work. So Rudy, Joy, and Amanda, would you please stand and let us recognize you for this effort? Stephen Moran is here. He recently won the International Studies Association Lifetime Award. And what's unique about this is he's only one of 10 people to ever receive that award. So Stephen, please stand and let us recognize you. Ralphine Tang is here with us. He recently received a $700,000 grant from NASA through their land cover and land use change programs. Steve, please, Professor Tang, please stand and let's recognize you. We also have with us Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Bryant, who supervises our military science program, our ROTC program. We were recently notified that we're one of 10 schools in the Mid-Atlantic Army ROTC brigade to have 100% active duty rate for our recently graduated ROT students. We've always known we've had a very strong program, but this just further illustrates how strong our program is. Lieutenant Colonel, please rise and be recognized. And last but not least, Art Dean's with us. Many of you know Art. Art's been at the university for a long, long time and served in a lot of different leadership roles. I just found out a week or two ago that Art's first job was in the admissions office. So he has come from being in the admissions office to serving in a lot of different leadership roles. And he was recently honored about 2 weeks ago by a group called the Old School Alumni Scholarship Group. And this is a group of individuals that formed years ago to try to raise private dollars to give scholarships to our students. And last year, they actually awarded 30 scholarships to our students. And one of the things they do is annually they meet in February to celebrate Black History Month. And they recognize leaders on campus who they've identified that have major impact with student success. And so Art was the recipient for this year's award. So Art, please stand and be recognized. One of the first things that the rector told me in July when I met with her, is she said, I want JMU to reach out and to be more involved in engaging with the city and the county. And so we've taken that very seriously. And I think she would tell you that we've tried and we've been successful in inviting the city and county leaders to a lot of different things on campus. But this one's kind of unique and I thought worthy of mention. We have a JMU alum who several years ago opened an innovation hub in Stanton. And this is a program that allows companies or entrepreneurs who are thinking about starting up a business to rent space to kind of get off the ground. And they're there with other people like them. And so, you know, it helps them be successful. Well, this alum decided to do the same thing in Harrisonburg and bought a building, renovated it downtown. And we were one of the first people to be an anchor tenant with this new innovation hub. And so we'll be there on a weekly basis with faculty and staff and other organizations that we're closely aligned with to help new entrepreneurs, people starting a business, to provide our expertise to help them be successful. Now, initially, these are the kind of things we've identified that we think we can be helpful for initially. Our research program led by Anthony Tongan is kind of leading this outreach. And you can see a picture there of Congressman Klein, who was here in the fall touring the space. I think Anthony, where's Anthony? Grand opening is next week.
Yeah, Jeff and Tom are on that trip, that visit as well.
Okay, but I think it's just a good example of us trying to go downtown, be part of the community, and provide expertise for people coming to this region to start up companies. I felt like we should spend a little time at one of the board meetings to talk about our capital outlay programs. Now, I know a number of you serve on Tawana's committee and you hear about these projects regularly, but a number of you are not on that committee. And so I'd like to take just a few moments to go over two big capital projects that we have going on campus, because I know you see those projects, you probably have people asking about them. And then I want to mention two other projects that are on the horizon. This one is the village housing, that we have made the decision several years ago to rebuild the village. You know, they were built in the 60s. They were kind of end of life. They were not handicap accessible, not air conditioned. But I think more importantly, we identified that we needed more bed capacity on this campus. And so we made the decision to rebuild the village as we could afford to take down a building or two at a time and double the capacity. So you see in front of you the first phase of that rebuild. That building will open this summer in August, 461 beds, replacing Eikenberry Hall, which was a little over 200 beds. And we're gonna name that building or call that building Potomac Hall. Potomac Hall was a residence hall on this campus, but we took that name off to put Chandler Hall on that facility. So we're gonna reuse Potomac Hall. But real excited about projects on schedule, and having it for this summer. Carrier Library is a really big project. I know many of you have been by there. The renderings you see to your right should be familiar to you. We showed you that at your last board meeting when we announced that we had received a large gift of $2.5 million to name that wing, the Stan and Rosemary Jones wing. And of course, the rendering to the picture to the left is actual construction today. Okay, David. This is the opposite side of Carrier Library. This would be looking down toward D Hall or Wilson Hall. We put a whole new entrance on the front of the Carrier Library. The main entrance has been there for years, but this new glass atrium is going to be so much nicer and allow so much more natural light into the facility. A big project, 121,000 square feet, is the renovation of Carrier Library. And I'm not sure y'all know this, but Carrier Library was built in 3 phases. The first one was in 1939. That's the piece that you see over near the fountain and near Burrs with the big white columns. Okay, then we added on to it in the 60s and then again in the 80s. And now we're going to completely renovate all of that space. And it's going to be so much nicer and so much, we'll be able to maximize the space. Quite frankly, we didn't do a really nice job when we added on to that facility in the 60s and the 80s. We're fixing all that with this renovation. And then I mentioned the 56,000 square feet, which is on the opposite side there. The project is a 3-year project. We're well into the 2nd year. This time next year, the project should be complete, but we'll use the spring semester to move back into the library. You can imagine that's not an easy task to go back in. And so it'll be open for the students next August. Hopefully, next fall, we can take you guys through and give you a preview of this wonderful, wonderful facility. I've mentioned these 2 projects just simply because they're on the horizon. Johnson Hall, as you know, has been part of our legislative package this session, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. But last year, in the budget, they gave us a $1.8 million to plan the renovation of Johnson Hall. Now, Johnson Hall was built in 1929 as a residence hall. We started using it for academic purposes in the 70s. If you went in that building today, it looks just like a residence hall did in 1929. And so we need to do a couple things. One, is just 96 years old and it needs to be renovated. 2, it's not handicap accessible. So there'll be an addition added to that building that will put an elevator in and a few extra square feet. And so we're real excited about the possibility of doing this project next summer. And this is why it's important, because we're going to renovate Spotswood Hall this summer. There's 87 feet between those 2 buildings. And we made the decision, and I think it's a wise decision, we can save money by doing both projects at the same time, and it will be much less disruptive to the campus if we can do them both at the same time. Health and Behavioral Science Studies building expansion. Last year in the session, they provided almost $8 million to plan a large addition to that building. In fact, it'll be $114 million when we hopefully get the full construction on it. But Sharon Lovell and her team have been busily working with the architects and engineers to do the detailed planning on that so that we can go to the General Assembly next year and say, we're ready to start. You need to appropriate that $114 million. And we feel very confident that we'll be in that position next year this time. Reengineering Madison, I'm not going to talk a lot about this. Steve's already gave you a report. They received a very detailed report in the committee yesterday. But I just want to reemphasize, and I think Carly did a good job of this in the committee yesterday. This is a big, big project. When you decide to replace all your computer systems, like we are basically at one time, there's a lot of things that can go south on you and be a problem. And I'm very, very confident based on the presentation yesterday and then working with Tawana and her team and Robin Bryan and Bob Colville, we're on schedule. We understand the issues that we need to deal with to make sure this is successful, but I'm confident we'll be able to do that. The thing I would mention here particularly is the ERP, which is kind of the back of the house systems, the finance, the business. They have been busily trying to decide which vendor to select for that. We hope to do that in the next 2 weeks. And if that is successful, we'll start the implementation of finance and HR this summer. The CRM work is already well on its way. A number of systems have already started implementation, and you can see their advancement will go live in April. But the last thing I would mention, and I'll probably will murder this, Robin, Okta. Got it right. Okay. New security system that we have purchased. And you're always wanting to make sure you've got the best with security to protect your systems. But this system will go live on March 15th and 16th. It will impact you. You should have received information about signing up for Okta. But here's the big news as far as I'm concerned. Change the password once a year instead of every 90 days. It's got to be a little longer password, Steve, than it's used to. But we're going to be able to do that, which I think will be a huge success across the campus. Legislative reception. We had our second reception at the Library of Virginia. Great location because it's so close to the General Assembly building and to other state offices there. I had a large crowd of 200 people, well attended, particularly by the administration. We had the lieutenant governor there. We had the attorney general there. We had the chief of staff to the governor, and I think 2 or 3 secretaries or 4 secretaries from the administration at this event. Lots of legislators. And I particularly want to thank those of you that could come to that event. It made a huge difference for them to get to interact with you. They expect Caitlin and myself and Twana to come up there every week and ask for things, but it's important for you guys to be there and show your support at the university. So thank you for attending. I think it was a very successful event, and hopefully those of you that couldn't attend this year will maybe be able to meet us in Richmond next year and with that event. Athletics, just quickly here, this one here is probably the most important thing I'm going to say today about athletics. But, you know, we have to report annually on our graduation rates from all our athletic teams. And we've always done well in that regard, but now that we're in the Sun Belt, we compare ourselves against all those schools, and you can see we had the highest graduation rate among all the Sun Belt programs, and we had 6 programs, 6 teams that had 100% graduation rate, and I'm just really proud of that. I think that demonstrates we take the academics really seriously when it comes to our athletic program, and these kind of ratings, I think, demonstrate that. Women's soccer won the Sun Belt Championship this year. Really happy for them. They've been runners up 2 years in a row. So it's nice to see them win and go to the NCAAs. Our women's basketball program is having just an outstanding season. They won again last night. They're 13-0 in the Sun Belt in first place by themselves by a sizable margin. I think they're 25-4.
They were 22-4 overall, and Kevin just let me know with UCLA losing last night, and now are the owners of the 8th longest winning streak in the entire country.
Right. Our men's program got off to a rocky start, but you know, remember they only had 2 scholarship players coming back. They've now gelled. They won again last night too, so they're 9-4 and tied for 2nd place in the conference. And you know how important it is when you get to tournament play, you need to be in that top 4 so you can get those buys. Now the women, if they continue to win, and they've got 5 more games, each of the men and the women, if they can go win as the #1 seed, they actually only have to win 2 games, am I right, to be the Sun Belt champions. So we're real excited about where we are right now going into tournament play in the first week of March. Well, let's back up a second. Look at that picture. That's some 3 happy guys right there. I think I win the award for the happiest. Okay. Presidential transition. I know this is important to you. You made it part of my goals for this year, and I just want to take the time to assure you we're on top of this. The senior officers and myself meet weekly on the presidential transition. Talked to the rector about it. She's asked me to take the lead and the president's office to take the lead to make sure we're ready when you make your announcement that we can provide as much information and materials to the new president as possible. You know, it's been 13 years since this institution's gone through something like this, but we are working very, very hard to make sure that transition is smooth. We're also even thinking about the president's first 100 days and the president's first year, what that may look like. Now, obviously, it'll depend on the president you select and their comfort level, but we've got it. And that's what I wanted to communicate to you today. And then finally, future board topics. We only have one more official meeting. So we need to accomplish at least the first thing up there, which is is a big item for the April meeting, setting the tuition and fees. We'll be working busily on that once the General Assembly is over with and we know exactly what additional resources we may have. If we have time at the April meeting, we would like to give you an update on the comprehensive campaign. We think that's important. You know, the campaign is still moving along. We just slowed it down until a new president was hired. If we can't get to that in April, Jack, that may be something that we could do at the retreat as well, if we have time. And then finally, the master plan, we're well into that. We'll finish up this spring with meetings and doing a lot of work with the community as well. We hope to have a draft, well, and I hope we will have you a draft to look at your retreat so that you can engage on the master plan and give us your input. We'll come back with that input, spend the rest of the summer finalizing the master plan, and then hopefully next fall when you meet, we'll have a finished project for you guys to vote on. Madam Rector, that completes my report.
Thank you, Charlie, very much. Appreciate that. Any questions for Charlie? Nicole?
President King, I'd just like to say thank you on, as we work on the presidential search committee, it has been so nice to know that there is a steady hand on the helm here, and it's allowed us to concentrate on our job at hand, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Caitlin Reed, and she will give us an update on how we're faring in Richmond. I don't have much longer to keep us in suspense.
Yeah, that's
8
right.
days.
8 days, who's counting?
Caitlin Reed with State Government Relations. Thank you for having me. I'm here to provide an update on the 2025 General Assembly session. And as Rector Obenstein said, we are nearing the end. We're not there yet. We still have about a week until adjournment. So everything I share with you is still very much subject to change, but I'm happy to give you a snapshot of where we are today. We'll talk about the state budget, where we are in the process, operating and capital requests, and what that could look like for the university. We'll cover state policy and some high-level themes we saw this year, and we'll conclude with just taking a look at our advocacy activities from the session. As a reminder, Virginia puts together 2-year biennial budgets, and that happens in the even years or the on years. So being that it's 2025, we're in the second year of the biennial budget. You may hear it called an off year or an odd year. In those off years or odd years, we bring much smaller legislative packages to the General Assembly. We typically only ask for the things that we feel are vitally important that we were not successful in having reflected in the previous year of the budget. So that's where we are now. We'll talk about those requests. We'll review those again in the next slide. But just as a matter of timeline, this budget process begins for us back in August. We submit our capital request to the governor's office as well as our operating in September. All of those items get considered by the governor's office for inclusion in his amendments to the 2024-26 budget. And then December 18th, we saw the executive budget was released. Very shortly thereafter, the General Assembly came into session on January 8th this year. Just 2 days after that, budget amendments were due. So anything we submitted to the governor's office that was not included in his budget, we have the opportunity to work with the General Assembly in hopes to have it reflected in their budgets, and that's all done through the budget amendment process. On February 2nd, the House and Senate released their versions of the budget, and we communicated with you all at that time, letting you know which was in each version. We expect probably middle of next week, we'll see the conference report or the compromise budget, which is what the House and Senate agree to, and send on to the governor for his consideration. We are expecting adjournment on February 22, if all goes as planned, and then on April 2nd, the General Assembly will come back in. They'll take action on any action the governor took on their budget. And then they'll vote. And at that point, we will feel much more confident telling you that figures are final. if all goes as planned. And then on July 1, any funds we are successful in getting are typically distributed to us at that point. So as a review of our operating package, when I say operating, I mean that annual ongoing funding that is added to our base that we receive every year. We have talked to you in the past about the Virginia Military Survivor and Dependent Education Program. This is an incredible program. It allows the children of disabled veterans to attend Virginia's public colleges and universities at no cost to that student. And the way the program is currently structured, the universities absorb that cost, and we've talked to you about that. The state was very generous last year in putting in support for that program. And we were very happy to receive that funding. It does not cover even the majority of our expense. And so we were hopeful to see continued support in this year's budget, specifically for that program. Also, nursing, we have talked to you all a lot about this. Virginia produces the most undergraduate nurses of all the public four-year institutions in the state. And so we are very uniquely positioned to meet the workforce need by increasing our output of undergraduate nurses. We have a very strong proposal in. It's a fast flex program where we could increase our output of undergraduate nursing majors by 30 nurses per year. We graduate about 275, so that is a significant increase, and we are asking the state for $1 million to hire the faculty we need to train those additional 30 nurses and get them out into the workforce. The program is non-traditional. These students in this program would complete their core nursing coursework in 1 calendar year versus 2 academic years. So they're out in the workforce quicker. They're doing their clinicals on nights and weekends. So this kind of program would be appealing not only to our traditional undergraduate student, but maybe to a transfer student or to a 2-year nurse working in the field that wants to spool up. So lots of options with this here. And then this last item, we have found that we are having a very hard time retaining our senior campus law enforcement officers. When we are fully staffed, we are at 32 sworn officers here on our campus force. And what we have found is that our officers' benefits are less lucrative and generous than officers who work in state and local service. And as you know, our officers work alongside all the time, state and local police officers. And so as our officers get a little more senior and start thinking about retirement, we start seeing them roll off. So we have asked the state through a language amendment to the budget to take a look at this problem and help us understand what's happening, help us understand the discrepancies, and just to do a study on that broadly. And this is a snapshot of where we are at with all of those items plus some additional ones. What you see in that first column is the amount requested. That second column is what was reflected in the governor's or executive budget. Then you see Senate and House budgets. And of course, the final is empty until we can see that reconciled and approved budget. But that first line item, this Virginia military program I told you about, that $4.9 million you see is JMU's expected FY26 expenditures. And that is after we take into account the state support from the previous year. That number may go down a little bit. We're still expecting to see some one-time support that was approved last year, but as we know it now, that is what we are anticipating in future costs. The governor put $130 million in ongoing general fund support into this program system-wide. He then also put in an additional $120 million from the Virginia 529 surplus. Some of you may have seen this. Virginia has a college savings plan. It is overfunded. It was well invested. There's a large surplus there. So he suggested using some of those funds for this purpose. The House and the Senate stripped the use of those 529 funds, but they did retain $130 million in ongoing general fund support for the program, and put in an additional $30 million in each house in one-time support. And they did that with some different mechanisms, but this level of support would be tremendous system-wide. This is $1 million you heard me talk about to grow our nursing program. We saw that reflected in the House budget, which means it is still an item that is under consideration. And so we are so very hopeful that we'll see that in the final budget. And that is the same with the campus law enforcement study. The House budget commissions a study that would take a look at this issue. It's a little wider in scope than originally proposed. It looks at some other law enforcement agencies, in addition to our campus officers, but that language is still very much in play and under consideration. This next item, affordability funding, you can see the Senate put in $2.3 million, the House put in $4.1, and the language here is to help colleges absorb some of those unavoidable cost increases. And for us this year, that's compensation action, it's pay raises, and it's health insurance premium increases. And so those funds are meant to assist with those cost drivers. This item also removes some language that was in the executive budget related to tuition caps and replaces it with much more vague general language around affordability and access. Next, we saw nearly $1 million in need-based financial aid in the Senate's version of the budget. Those are very much pass-through funds. When we get that money, we get it, but we turn right around and we give it to our students with financial need. That money was not reflected in the House budget, so we'll be looking to see where that nets out. I want to pause on this next item. This is a study of intercollegiate athletics. Last board meeting, President King spoke with you at some length about the challenges we are having with current code language right now on the books that caps the level of institutional support we can offer our intercollegiate athletics programs. In the face of all the changes that have come to athletics, and I know Matt Rohn will speak to you next on that, we have asked for some immediate relief to that code section. So there was a bill, Senate Bill 1217, patroned by Senator Deeds, that would offer us some immediate relief where we need it, but would also commission a study to look at this issue globally. What are the cost drivers? How's it impacting revenue? How is this code language being implemented? And that Senate bill passed the Senate unanimously, has now crossed over to the House. And interestingly, the House budget carries language that commissions that same study. And so we will be looking very closely at how that bill language and House budget language end up being reconciled. And lastly, I just want to call your attention, there was a state employee bonus, 1.5% in the Senate, 1% in the House. This is on top of the 3% salary raises that the budget retains that are coming this June. And so this is an additional compensation action. And I do just want to remind everybody, when the state issues salary raises or bonuses, we do carry about half of that cost at the institution. And so while this is a wonderful action, it does carry an expenditure with it. Mr. King laid out a very good case for the renovation and expansion of Johnston Hall. I'll just point you to that map where you can see proximity to the other renovation we are doing just very nearby. Again, the request $26.8 million, and we're very pleased to report to you that that construction funding is in both the House and Senate versions of the budget. While that, of course, does not guarantee anything, it is a very hopeful signal that the project will move forward, and we had a lot of help and support from our friends in the House and Senate on this project in particular, and so we're very thankful for that. Also, as a state agency, we need state authority given to us to spend our own money on auxiliary projects, and so what you see going on down there is the state giving us approval to spend our own money to construct a new dorm, and that is moving through in every version of the budget. That is the budget update, and I'll just talk very briefly about policy. Again, we're in the short session, so we did not see legislation start dropping until, I want to say it was late December, but really it was early January. For any session, we see between 2,000 and 3,000, sometimes more bills drop. The last day we filed bills this session was January 17. That's a very important date because that's the date that we sort of know the body of policy that we're looking at. Crossover this year was very early, February 4, and that is the day that the bills have to be out of the body of origin. So we have a pretty good idea at that point which of the bills are going to advance and which are not. And again, we're somewhere between crossover and adjournment, with adjournment next week. And again, reconvene session April 2nd, when the General Assembly will come back in and vote on the governor's actions on legislation. Most laws take effect July 1, some don't. Just at a high level, the themes we're seeing, I already talked to you about athletics. This is very important to us. Every year we see legislation on student affairs. This year was absolutely no exception. We saw lots of legislation in the space of food insecurity on campus, and I'm really proud to report Dr. Miller and his team, we do great work in that space and are very much ahead of the bar in terms of what is coming down the pike in that area. We saw lots of bills around artificial intelligence as the state is thinking through how to monitor, regulate, report on public bodies' use of AI. So we're seeing a lot of that, and those bills continue to evolve as the technology continues to evolve. We saw a lot of legislation in nursing pipeline, and these are just the bills I'm telling you about. These are still the ones that are alive, right? But there were bills that would standardize curriculum in the nursing space across the community college with the intention of ultimately creating seamless pathways from 2 to 4 year schools in the nursing space. And so that is a conversation we've been involved in even prior to this legislative session and will continue to be a part of. Every year we see new mandatory trainings. This year there were some new trainings implemented for resident advisors, some sports coaches, now new trainings related to mental health so they can be even more helpful with their players. And reporting and data aggregation. We saw a lot of bills that won't necessarily change how we report our data to SHEV, but will change how SHEV reports that data out to general consumers of that data. So those were some of the big policy themes. Just under 2,000 bills filed. That's a light session. So I think Savannah and I are bracing for next year. And just under 100 bills tracked that would have had an impact on university operations. Obviously, that number has dwindled down significantly as we've gone through the process. And just lastly, I want to say this work doesn't happen successfully without the complete buy-in of senior leadership. And I have to say, President King and Quantum Moore have been down in Richmond every single week since they gavelled in, and even before that, and that presence is felt and appreciated and respected. And I know you all have made calls on our behalf, you've made visits on our behalf, and we know how much weight that carries. And I just want to echo President King, thank you in that space. And also echo his thanks for our legislative reception. We were so happy to see so many of you, and if we missed you this year, we hope to see you next year. And I want to close by saying Savannah Funkhauser had a group of students down in Richmond. I guess it was just last week, and Sydney, you were a part of that. Senators and delegates love talking to our students. They love that firsthand account of what life is like here. And every time they all go down, I hear how well prepared our students are, how thoughtful, professional, and knowledgeable. And so I wanted to make sure you all heard that. They are a great representation of us in Richmond. And so that, Madam Rector, concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. I'd just like to thank Caitlin and Savannah and of course, Charlie for the work they've done. Charlie and I talked in July about relationships and the importance of making a difference in Richmond. And it is reflected in how we are being treated in Richmond, and fingers crossed and the creek doesn't rise. We will fare well next Saturday and come out on top. So thank you very much. We have a presentation now from Matt Roan.
Just a little bit of introduction. I mean, I don't think this is a surprise to anybody in this room, how much the landscape continues to change with athletics. And we've kind of previewed this coming up to you on 2 previous meetings, but I just have to tell you, it really makes me feel good to know that our athletic director is also an attorney. And that's hard for me to say. No offense, Larry and Jack, but with what we're dealing with his background in the legal field is just really, really important and makes a huge difference. In fact, what I've witnessed in the few times I've went to the Sun Belt meetings is Matt is looked at by his colleagues as kind of an expert in this field. But we've got some big changes. We got some things I know you're interested in. So Matt, take it away.
Well, I appreciate those remarks. You can turn off the recorder in front of the president. I'm going to save that for a future meeting that I have. But I really do appreciate that. I don't know if that says a lot about me or if it says a lot about my peers in the Sun Belt if I'm looked at as the expert in this. But never in a million years, when I made a decision to go to law school almost 20 years ago, did I think I would look smart in its application at college athletics. But again, I never thought I would say that I look smart in anything. But with that, obviously over the last decade or so, you've heard words and phrases like cost of attendance, Alston, the transfer portal, NIL, this notion of autonomous conferences and non-autonomous conferences. You've heard of the Transformation Committee from a couple of years ago, and now House, which I'm going to describe in a lot more detail here in just a few moments. But all of those words and phrases have gradually defined the era in which we find ourselves. As someone who has been an AD during that time, again, I shared this yesterday, I've been at a low major, a mid major. There's nothing mid major about this place. This is a high major, high performing institution, athletics department. But there is a comfort level in navigating these changes, these challenges. I don't have the experience of being able to say, well, I remember what it used to be. I don't. There is nothing to compare it to. And so for us, everything that I'm going to share with you, at times it will feel dense. At times it's going to feel like I'm probably speaking Latin or giving a lecture. But there's a comfort level in this. It has a tendency to be perceived as negative. As long as it benefits student athletes, it should be positive. It should be something that we celebrate, that we lean into. And I'm very grateful for the president. I'm very, very grateful for my colleagues that I get to work with on a daily basis. I'm very grateful for this body and the team that I surround myself with every single day for how we have leaned into this, how we try to be forward thinking and really controlling of our own destiny to make sure that we're sustaining the success that you have grown accustomed to, that our alums, our donors, our friends expect. So to understand, I think, a little bit of where we're going, I think context about where we are and where we've been is certainly relevant. So name, image, and likeness really kind of reared its head over the last 4 or 5 years. And what you saw was in 2021, the NCAA said, with mounting pressure, we're going to suspend our rules against student athletes being able to profit from their name, image, and likeness. And you saw this era begin. They put an interim policy together. States started to rush and put through executive orders that allow student athletes to monetize those NIL rights. That happened on July 1 of 2021. By July 2 of 2021, you saw these organizations called collectives begin to form, which are groups of donors getting together, pooling resources, and then distributing that out to student athletes. In 2022, a year later, the state saw Senate Bill 223 signed into law. And with that Senate bill, you started to see again this gradual evolution of when collectives were formed, they were only used to retain. Then it became about recruitment. So obviously at one point you were dealing with a student athlete, then you started dealing with a PSA, which is a prospective student athlete. You saw injunctions being formed that said collectives can actually do this work. And so collectives and athletics departments became synced up, trying to build rosters, trying to preserve rosters for the benefit of our programs. And then obviously in 2024, House Bill 1505 was signed, which allows public and private institutions higher ed inside the Commonwealth to create, facilitate those NIL opportunities for our student athletes. I want to be very, very clear that is permissive. It provides the opportunity, the discretion to compensate. At this point in time, that is still against Sunbelt rules. That is still against NCAA rules for us to be able to compete in postseason competition. We have not done this. There's a thing at the bottom there. So student fees cannot be used. That is both now and that is forward looking as well. I cannot be more clear. There's a lot of chatter out there that we're just going to give student fees to support student athletes. No, we're not. We can't, and we choose not to do that even if we could, because again, it's inconsistent with our value system here at JMU. So for us, NIL at JMU, the Montpelier Collective again was formed as a nonprofit 501c3 in May of 2023. I cannot say enough positive about Cliff Wood, who serves as the president of that organization, the dedicated volunteer board of directors that he has surrounded himself with, a community of supporters who have contributed very generously to those efforts, and other volunteers. It's been a great opportunity for us even to have student athletes intern with our collective to learn digital marketing, to learn different things that might benefit them if they have an interest in college athletics or professional athletics in the future. But we really are focused on our mission with that collective, which is to raise awareness for local charitable causes about pairing community-minded JMU student athletes with those organizations. And we've had a lot of successes. More than 100 student athletes supported through partnerships with the Red Cross, United Way, Blue Ridge Area Food Bank, and so many more. But now we're at a point, and this was previously communicated, I think we announced it back in December, that the collective would no longer be receiving donations. All right, why? All right, because we're moving into this era of post-house settlement. All right, so again, I'm going to talk about house settlement here in just a second. But with the house settlement, there is effectively a salary cap that is going into place. We're not entirely sure collective payments, how those are accounted for in that $20.5 million cap that is going to exist. Even more, there is going to be a clearinghouse and an incredible amount of scrutiny where student athlete NIL deals have not had to be subject to this notion of fair market value. You're seeing, again, I'll use a bad example, but a quarterback making $5 million at a university, and he might be doing one social media post, right? There is no fair market value to that. So you're gonna see this clearinghouse be put into place with a lot more scrutiny. And in fact, we're seeing the denial of a lot of applications from the IRS to collectives that are trying to form as nonprofits, that those nonprofits are only forming for the benefit of NIL. And so those applications are being denied. So you're just seeing a lot more scrutiny, a lot more questions than answers as to how a collective would exist in this post-house world. And I think for us, sustainability and consistency in message. I think we have done an incredible job. Again, I think Cliff, I think the board, I think Nick, I think Scooter Rankin, with our Duke Club. There is an incredible synergy. There's a consistency in our communication efforts, but there still are questions about who do I get to? Where do I give? What is this impacting? What is this benefiting? And so for us, having that consistency, collectives for JMU and others that are similarly situated, and I shared this with Mr. Smith yesterday, unless you are going to be at that $20.5 million cap, I don't see the value in collectives as much as they were once there. Collectives will really exist for those that are going to be at 20.5 and then say, how do I continue to compete with competition above and beyond that number? All right. So what is House? All right, so Grant House was a swimmer at Arizona State University. And Grant House brought an antitrust lawsuit against the NCAA seeking damages for what he thinks he would have been able to earn through NIL if it had been legal, not prohibited, when he was a swimmer at Arizona State. And so as he went through, and a lot of cases started to be brought forth of similar kind of mindset, similar experiences and fact patterns, you saw the House Hubbard or House case, you saw Carter come, you saw Harvard come. All of those were joined in this class action lawsuit that is now before Judge Claudia Wilkin, who is a federal judge in the Northern District of California. All right, so she has put all these cases together. She gave preliminary approval in December for the settlement terms, and we are moving forward towards final approval on or about April the 7th of this year. So that's important for me to say. There is a case called Fontenot that continues to be outside of the umbrella of those cases that are being settled. So you do have student athletes who have chosen not to opt in to the House settlement, about 300 plus opt-outs. There were all objections to the settlement terms were expected to be filed by the end of January. So you saw several hundred of those, including one of our assistant coaches, Rebecca Bicksecker, who actually acts as our head cross-country coach as well. Not so much this objecting to the terms themselves, but what I'm going to talk about here in just a moment, trying to protect and preserve as many competition opportunities as we can for current student athletes and prospective student athletes. All right, but within those terms of that settlement, there's really kind of two key areas that I want to focus on. There's a backward-looking approach and a forward-looking approach. The backward-looking piece is the fact that we, as a member institution of the NCAA, will pay our share in $2.8 billion in damages to a class of student athletes who competed from 2016 even up until the end of 2024. Again, saying that they would have been able to earn NIL opportunities but for those rules. The way that that 2.8 is being managed, we're divided. Again, you can see there, and it doesn't make a ton of sense even as I put it up there. But 60% of that 2.8 billion is going to be paid by the NCAA itself, our governing body, that organization. The remaining 40% passed on to the membership. All right, so within that 40%, 5 conferences, the named defendants in this House case, the ACC, the SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12, and even though it really doesn't exist, but it will in the future, the Pac-12 is a named defendant. They will pay 40% of that 40%, while we and 28, I think 27 or 28 other conferences will pay that 60%. Clear as mud, correct? All right. What does that mean for us? At JMU, that means about $325,000 a year impact. All right. Our conference has had good foresight. They have managed this incredibly well. We are mitigating that lost revenue, which is again, just dollars that won't come to us via reductions in our meeting costs, our championship events, and even other special events that we have throughout the year. Institutionally, not without some pain, but we have managed that number pretty much to zero. And again, very, very grateful for Jeff Souter, the partnership that we have with Diane, with Mark, Marissa Manko on my team. We feel very, very comfortable in how we've been able to manage that impact. One thing that really helps there, and I shared this with the committee yesterday, as a league, we budget very conservative. So there are group of five conferences. We budget that our CFP finalized standings, we will finish in 5th. We finished in 2nd. So that means there is more revenue that was budgeted that will come to us. And so I think, again, that's going to put us in a positive position. With the settlement, we have a decision to make. The decision is to opt in. We will do that before March the 1st. And we actually just had some details, some guidelines, some instructions for how to opt in emailed to us on Wednesday. And so we're in the process of evaluating that, and believe it or not, there are still surprises that we even received on Wednesday that make this presentation just a little bit outdated. I'm going to come back to a number here in just a second, but when I also talk about that 2.8 billion in damages, I'm going to set something up for you. That will be paid again to that class of student athletes with the following percentages that were dictated by Judge Wilk. 75% to former football student athletes, 15% to men's basketball student athletes, 5% to women's basketball student athletes, and 5% to all other sports. All right, so 75, 15, 5, 5. Remember that because that's going to come into play here in just a few moments. So again, there's the backward looking, and now as we look forward, what it really does is establishes a future model of college athletics. 3 key things. Number 1 is the introduction of new roster limits and allowing you the ability to give scholarships up to those limits. All right, we are in a world today where baseball, for example, carries 40 student athletes. Their new roster limit is going to be 34. But within today's 40, they can award 11.7 scholarships. Moving forward, of that 34, they could do 34 full scholarships if they wanted to. So there's a delta there of, I'm terrible at math, so that's why I went to law school. So I'm not even going to try to get into that. But it's this notion of introducing these roster limits and the ability to award scholarships up to those new limits. And again, I'm going to spell that out much more here in just a few moments. The revenue share. All right, so where does the $20.5 million come from? All right, 20.5 million equals 22% of the annual average revenue that those 5 named defendants earn in any given year. All right, so $20.5 million comes from that. Revenues are only going up. So we're going to start in the 25-26 academic year with a $20.5 million cap, and then every year thereafter, that's going to move up 4%. All right, revenue share is a direct NIL. It is Tom Galati is giving the institution the license to use his NIL for that purpose in exchange for some sort of payment. All right. And then again, kind of going back to the third bucket, if you will, or third priority with NIL, getting back to that notion of a clearinghouse, getting back to scrutiny and the fact that you're going to have to prove fair market value and deals anything over $600 and above are going to be scrutinized. They're going to be examined to make sure that they are true NIL deals. Am I talking too fast? Do I need to slow down? Are we good to go so far? Good. So for us, as you think about what is our place in this model, when I talk about our conversations as a team, an athletics team, certainly our conversation with our coaches, my conversation with colleagues, I wanted to make sure that we were doing something that reflected our values, right? A values-driven approach. And so it had to be uniquely JMU. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on here is being a broad-based program, right? We want all 18 of our programs to have championship level expectations. We wanted to make sure, because I understood the pain that dealt with this notion of cut or reduce in years past. We wanted to do everything in our power to protect as many opportunities for, again, current student athletes and prospective student athletes as we possibly could. That second bullet point. Coach Chesney would tell you this if he was standing here. As a football coach, there's a lot of eyes that are on you, right? The last thing that we wanted to do is look and say, Bob Chesney's getting this, but the rest of you just continue to exist. We didn't want to foster that sort of resentment and ill feelings within our own walls. Again, so we were trying to protect as many programs as we possibly could. There's a lot of people who are cutting and taking away everything that we wanted to do. We wanted to be additive. One of the great things that I realized about this place, and again, I shared this with the committee yesterday, we do have phenomenal facilities. We have great people. We have phenomenal services, amazing services that we provide. We didn't want to sacrifice those things for the benefit of this model. So we wanted everything that we do to try to be additive. With that, we wanted to make sure that we're securing our future success. So every program, when you're talking about scholarships, will stay at least at the levels where they currently are, but obviously understanding and recognizing that other programs will step forward faster. Our revenue generating programs, the programs that have more interest, more alumni, donor, and fan participation, certainly recognizing our peer set, our aspirational peer set, the popularity of some sports. We had to make sure that we were protecting those. Again, I don't want to compromise that experience. And then this notion of responsibility. We wanted to make sure certainly that we were fiscally responsible. And again, I go back to Jeff, Diane, Mark, Tawana, Marissa on our team. We are looking at this as to how do we create revenues? How can we operate more efficiently to where nothing again is new? Everything is just making sure that we're the right version of ourselves. But I hope that what this does is illustrates this kind of approach that we're in command. It's a strategic approach, that we're not just reacting, that we're not just doing something that's careless. So again, back to number one, there's the house limits, the roster limits, and scholarships, okay? So where we are today, historically JMU is somewhat of a unicorn. I think because of our founding as a women's college. The fact that even today of our 18 programs, 6 of those are male, 12 of those are female. There's 3 elements to Title IX. And again, I might be lecturing, but it helps me to kind of, I think, set this and frame this. There is this notion of participation. There's the provision of financial aid. And then there's the laundry list, right? How do you travel? How do you equip? How do you feed? How do you do all those sorts of things? Back to participation, there are 3 prongs. You can either display proportionality with your student body, which is what we have done. You can issue a survey to a wide range of people, and if enough people say we need to add this, you have to add that, right? So you're really kind of taking that control out of your own hands. And then there is a continuing practice display of continuing to add opportunities to the underrepresented sex. For us, that would be continuing to add male sports. Again, kind of going back to that notion. And so for us, historically, we have always managed our Title IX and been compliant with Title IX via prong 1 of participation, which is that proportionality with our student body. We have not been in compliance, but we have a legitimate excuse for why we weren't, with the provision of financial aid piece. The reason that we haven't been in compliance with that is because we were awarding the maximum number of scholarships that the NCAA would allow us, and so there's a defense there. Nobody would question that. You're not set up for a suit. But as we're looking at these new roster limits, and the fact that you can award those scholarships up to those new roster limits, if we fully funded to those new numbers, it'd be about 200 new scholarships. 200 new scholarships will be about $8 to $9 million of new scholarship money. And so we are shifting, not from prong 1, but as we manage the Title IX or the financial aid piece of Title IX, we're going to manage that with dollars now, right? Coaches are going to be given scholarship budgets, and they're going to be held accountable on scholarship budgets as opposed to in the past, just, hey, you're fully funded, Go have that. So this is what our roster numbers will look like for the next 2 years. Again, on the far left, you can see our current participation numbers from top to bottom. You can see what those house limits are. Obviously, you can see what we're proposing to be in 25, and then we'll have to reduce or adjust to those prescribed limits a little bit more in 27. So right now, our student enrollment, we are about 56% female. For us, with our participation next year and the year after, we're about 58%. Our Title IX consultant, Helen Grant, tells us that we need to be within about that 1 to 2% differential in order to make sure that we're compliant with our unduplicated participation numbers through that student enrollment. So we're very, very confident in our approach here to meet those numbers and to obviously, again, protect as many opportunities as we possibly can. You'll notice, and I just want to make sure that I'm being very, very clear. Our male participation matches those house roster limits, whereas our female number does not. But we had to protect every male opportunity that we could to protect as many female opportunities as we could, again, considering what these percentages are. So optically, maybe not the best look, but substantively, I think you can understand exactly what it is that we're trying to do, protecting as many opportunities as we possibly can. As we look at these roster limits, I will tell you there's still a couple questions for us that have not been answered. We have to certify these numbers either on the date of their first competition or December 1st, whichever comes later, whichever comes first, actually. So football, again, we'll certify their roster numbers on August 30th of the next year. So they have to be at 105 down from 119 by August 1st or August 30th. Baseball, because it's a spring sport, will go through fall ball with a little bit more, but by December 1, they will have to lock in those numbers. A big, big, big question that still remains to us is once you lock in that number, and no guidance has been given on this, we lose 15 players at mid-year, can we replace those 15? As it stands today, we've been told no. You lock in on August 30th, and you're stuck with that number. You lose 15, you're down to 90. You lose 5 or 10 more to the portal, you're down at 80. And all of a sudden, spring football becomes a very different looking thing than what it has been done in the past. All right, so that's the roster limit. Any questions on that?
I do, and this might be a question for Melinda too, Matt. So does that enrollment situation that we're talking about there, does that affect how we're going to admit males and females at JMU? Based on the percentages that we need to hit to be copacetic with Title IX?
We do not anticipate that really kind of changing your approach. And obviously every single year for us, obviously, again, our 25-26 is based on 24-25 student enrollment.
Right.
She'll share that data with us every single year, and we will have to adjust modestly and accordingly to make sure that we're meeting those numbers.
Yeah.
And we've been pretty consistent at about a 60% female, 40%.
Okay.
It shifted just a little bit, but for the most part, it's been fine.
Still within line and within limits. Okay.
Any other questions on that before I go forward? Yes,
Good
ma'am.
question. You go first. You go first.
Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, why does our participation numbers, why are they dropping again from 307 to 283? What's the, at the bottom line, at very bottom?
So again, if you look at this column right here, this is where we currently are, right? I'm in the way, I'm too big to be standing in front of the screen there, but the 307 is where the House says that we have to be.
Currently.
For us to go here, it's meeting the House number, but also meeting Title IX.
Okay, so that's a projection. Those
are where we will be in 25-26, this upcoming the next 2 academic years are these 2 columns right here. And so again, for us, if we stuck at 201 and 307, we are all out of whack with meeting the proportionality test. And so we have to reduce further here to make sure that we're within that 1 to 2% differential of our unduplicated.
But that's our choice. Those are your recommendations, or is that something that's mandated by the House?
These are mandated.
These are mandated.
These are our choice for
That's
how
our
we manage the
project,
Title
okay.
IX. Yes, sir.
I see, okay.
Terry?
I had a question about football scholarship or any sport. If you allocate it to that individual and then that individual goes in the portal and leaves, then are you free to reallocate that to another athlete? Okay.
If you can add a number. Right.
If what?
So I said, you could reallocate the scholarship if you still have that number to add, and right now that's in question, right?
This goes into the enrollment question. So the enrollment cliff coming up, is that factored in there already to where we know, or schools across the nation are supposed to be dropping? Is this something that we're gonna talk about at the board retreat in June?
Fifth and sixth.
56. So if we know enrollment cliff is coming across the nation and project that onto our numbers, has that already been factored into this?
Want to take a stab at that?
Sure, I can try. So then we're talking about Title IX compliance and making sure that we are striking a 40-60 balance in our enrollment, or roughly in that range. And so it could be that we see a decline in either male or female applicants, but I think we will still in enrollment see consistency in that enrollment. I don't project or foresee an issue of maintaining where we've been, even with the enrollment cliff. The enrollment cliff is more of an overall potential for an overall decline in applications. That doesn't necessarily mean that enrollment will decline, right? And you'd maintain that balance. Not sure that was clear as mud either.
But I think it's really important for you guys to understand. There's gonna be less opportunities for some of our athletes that are currently participating under this plan. And so there'll be parents and students that'll be unhappy about it.
Alumni too.
Alumni.
We have no choice.
I don't see how we do.
Okay, so we talked roster limits, again, understanding that you can award scholarships up to those new limits. And so again, you can kind of see, some reduce, some sports go up. Field hockey goes from 24 to 27. So there are some different investment areas that we can make. So again, now I kind of need your mind to shift to two buckets. All right, first bucket we're going to talk about is financial aid within those new roster limits. All right, so the definition of financial aid moving forward.
Matt, I'm sorry, one question before you move on. If you go back one slide of let's just take football for a second. Of the 119 who participated in 24 and 25, how many received scholarships?
85.
Okay.
And I will tell you just anecdotally, that is a number nationally. I don't see a person, you might see somebody go to 86, 87. You're not going to see a rush of people go from 85 to 105. Locker room dynamics, financial considerations. I think you're going to see people stick right around that 85 number moving forward, including ourselves. All right, so these two buckets, one of which is financial aid that we will help our coaches manage because we have to. Again, I talked about that 1% to 2% differential from the student enrollment to participation. That is a duplicated number for us. That is a student athlete who competes in cross country, but also runs a distance race and indoor track and field. They get counted 2, maybe 3 times. So you manage that number. When we're talking about financial aid, the provision of it, you're dealing with an unduplicated number. So our unduplicated participation number is 52%. We also have to manage that within a 1% to 2% differential of how we allocate aid. So again, we can or do it 50-50, we can do it 54-46, those types of things. But how we'll define financial aid moving forward is your tuition, your traditional grant and aid, your room and board, your books. If coaches want to do those, again, cost of attendance stipends. If coaches wanted to do what used to be called an Alston Award, which is an academic award, again, the guidance that we got on Wednesday, and it's crazy that I'm even using these terms, but this is where we are. There are now academic bonuses you can give. You can award academic incentives. So there's a lot of things that you can do within that financial aid bucket. All right. Again, I go back to the point that every single program of ours will maintain at least their current scholarship funding using their 2+ year averages That 2+ year average is not a coincidence. That's as long as we've been in the Sun Belt Conference. That's as long as we've been in the MAC for field hockey or the American for swim and dive moving forward, and obviously our lacrosse programs. But again, we are looking at some strategic investment areas. With those participation numbers being adjusted, there are kind of cost per participant savings, right? If I go from 119 to 105, it's 14 young men. We don't have to feed, we don't have to travel, we don't have to, equip an outfit. And so those will create some real savings that we can reapply into our scholarship pool to make sure that our coaches have the resources that they need to be successful. Second bucket is scholarship enhancement notion above and beyond that financial aid that you just saw, right? This is that red shape. And so I illustrate kind of two things, and one of them I'm going to tell you is already kind of obsolete based on this week's guidance. But for those schools that are using 20.5, and if we just use as an example 10% of that at 2.05, we have operated with this notion of that would be awarded 75, 15, 5, 5. Again, 75% to football, 15% to men's basketball, 5% to women's basketball, 5% kind of in a pool for all of the sports. About 3 weeks ago, at 6 p.m. on a Thursday night, we received guidance from the Department of OCR that said revenue sharing also has to be Title IX compliant. It has to pass that proportionality test that I just described. Monday or Tuesday of this week, they said that guidance is no longer relevant. So revert back to this notion of 75, 15, 5, 5. So again, these top lines above the order, disregard that. You can kind of see that breakdown. All right, as we look at what our number should be here, it's very, very important for us to certainly benchmark against the Sun Belt Conference, other G5 peers. When I talk about 20.5, I'm talking about a cap, or I'm talking about a ceiling. In some ways, I think for us, it's a race to the floor. And I don't mean to say that we're trying to be cheap, right? But you're trying to figure out what is that number that gives you that competitive advantage, but is also fiscally responsible. We are looking at different things with respect to how we can kind of complement or manage that cap administration. Two things that I want to make sure that I'm being very, very kind of focused on. One is this bottom piece. It's going back to that value system. Whatever we share, it was important for me, it was important for our team. Again, Tawana and I have talked about this a lot, that we weren't just sharing revenue for the sake of sharing revenue because it was going to help us recruit, right? We wanted to develop really an ambassadorship type program where we were sharing anything in exchange for something. And so if we share revenue, it'll be in exchange for those revenue generating activities that a student athlete might be able to participate in. And so I have talked with Melinda, and having those student athletes that might benefit from this being involved in our choices enrollment management programs. Dr. Miller and I have talked about student athletes being involved in orientation events in the summer. So when students are coming in, that Bridgeport Stadium might be a stop on that tour to where the quarterback could say, I love when you're in the stands. I love when you're supporting us. I love representing you when we compete. For us, I think that is something that is very different that we're proposing. But I think, again, it is uniquely JMU, and I think it's something that we can be proud of. This is the slide where it typically gets a little bit negative and really kind of heavy feeling. The one thing that I will say is if we didn't do this, what are the risks? Right? To me, the risk of not participating in this in any capacity is we risk a lack of success. We risk this notion of people trying to move upward to where those dollars may be available for them. We've seen it in coaching searches. We've certainly seen it in student athletes in the portal as well. So there is a caution of the impact of not doing this as well. Any questions on this slide? Yes, sir.
But you still have to quantify the value of what the ambassadors are doing, right?
Correct. You just don't have the scrutiny that that third party clearinghouse would be if you were doing a third party NIL.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So I can quantify it on my own instead of saying, this is what a clearinghouse or somebody's saying.
Well, who would scrutinize it? Who could possibly?
You, the president, I mean,
Okay.
the people who are privy to those
Okay.
bills. And obviously, you know, we continue to have a lot of conversations with Jack on the FOIA piece of
Right.
this. Making sure that our contracts, should they come into play, what those would look like, what terms, all of those sorts of things. That sort of thing.
Matt, before you leave, I think we have to be clear here. We're having difficulties with the Sunbelt peers knowing what they're going to do with regard to what we're up against as far as being competitive. And I don't know, we don't have an answer for that. And whatever money we spend in this category is private dollars, correct?
Yes.
We're having to raise those dollars to do what this example is showing on the screen. No student fees there.
All that to say, NIL for us doesn't go away. It just doesn't look like it has for the past 2+ years, right? So for us, we announced in the fall, Honors One, which is our unified approach to NIL. So we still have the Dukes Exchange where student athlete can go into this registry. A local business is also signed up for that registry. They can broker that deal between the two of them to be a spokesperson, to do a social media post, all of those sorts of things. Again, we're grateful for the partnership that we have with the foundation, with Warren, with Garrett King, the access that our student athletes have to student athlete licensing opportunities. That is something that, again, I think sets us apart from our peer set. We continue to educate. Some of the contracts that have been presented to us, thankfully, not all have been signed, but these agent fees of 20 and 25% with evergreen clauses. There's a lot of bad deals that are out there, so we continue to do our part to try to educate our own. But sometimes you're taking kids out of the portal who have negotiated with an agent, and that agent gets, you know, pretty hefty sums of money for the benefit. They're convincing these kids that they're not happy. I just have to say that as well. And then we're just this notion of leveraging learnings and mindsets. Can I go back to Cliff? Whether it's alum participation, donor participation, fan participation, what we have with our partnership with JMU Sports Properties, our athletic programming, partnerships with Dr. Colvard and some of our academic classes that we offer to try to make sure that these student athletes understand what is NIL, like you are your brand, how we can do those sorts of things. So that's all part of that unified approach. And then finally, just kind of really what's next, you know, what to expect. As you might imagine, new classes are going to be formed. First one that's going to come is every student athlete who is maybe displaced because of those new adjusted roster limits. You're going to see them get together and there's going to be a class action lawsuit with that. We are hopeful, and Anthony and Ben and I have spent time in Washington. We met directly with Representative Klein. We are hopeful that there is a federal solution around the corner. I'm going to do that in reverse order. One, some antitrust protection to stop some of these lawsuits, because that's what they're all rooted in, a ban on this notion of employment status for student athletes. But again, an NIL law to standardize rules across state boundaries. Just this week, you probably saw the legislatures in Georgia and Alabama are introducing bills that would make NIL earnings exempt from state income tax. And they're saying this is so that we have a recruiting advantage against those that we're competing against every single day. We need something that exists across state lines. The portal, I was a product of the portal before the portal was even a thought. I transferred. Transferring is not the worst thing in the world. Transferring when NIL was introduced, that's when it became a problem, right? That's when tampering and poaching and all of those sorts of things became a problem. I'll echo just in closing, you know, Coach Chesney's comments. One, I talk about all the benefits of this place, the alignment, your support, your appreciation of the value of athletics does not go unnoticed by me, our coaches, our staff, our student athletes, and the recognition that an investment in athletics, the success of athletics lifts all tides, right? Hopefully that helps Melinda and her team. Hopefully that makes the experience of the students that Tim manages every single day, makes that a positive experience here. So I just want to say thank you for your support of athletics and certainly open it up to any questions that you may have.
Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
So my question is really on something that you just mentioned about kind of the legal rights of our students and are we offering legal advice or just legal education as to what they are? You know, I just worry about the preying upon, as you said, they're trying to tell them they're unhappy here and I'm just curious.
I have learned.
It's a sticky area. I'm sure Jack's
Exams, right?
now.
If nobody is licensed, they shouldn't be giving advice. Hopefully we are putting them in front of people that through their license, ethically can give them advice. But we can at least counsel on, we look out after your best interest. Hopefully your families are looking out for your best interest and not somebody that is a marketing manager.
Other questions, Tom?
So Matt, now that we know what we're up against financially speaking, there are a lot of people in this room that give to athletics for JMU and of course outside of this room. Do we have any sort of, maybe you can speak to the efforts thus far for raising this money and how without the collective, what are the best ways or the best way to give that goes specifically to the cause and the concerns that we're talking about today?
So we have, while the collective is not receiving donations, they are still paying out the funds that they had received before, right? So what that allows us to really do is to bridge that gap between February 14th and July 1, assuming the House settlement is approved, when all of these things would go into effect. And so there is that notion of the bridge there. What we are trying to do, and again, we're working with the foundation on this, is that the Duke Club is still, for us, the most important thing that someone could give to. That allows us to hire and retain the best coaches that we possibly can, right? There will come a time when capital priorities are something that are important for us, the experience, the scholarship, all of those sorts of things. But we have worked with the collective on a fund that would be clearly defined as kind of an enhancement fund that would allow us to kind of be in that space, but we're still working on those details a little bit.
Okay. So Duke Club for now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Carly?
Matt, first of all, thank you so much for this incredibly informative presentation, and I too am very glad you're a lawyer. Wow. I say that as a law school dropout. What do you think the probabilities are of the House settlement not getting approved? And what would that cause you to do? I mean, this is clearly a very well thought out plan, assuming approval.
Based on our conversations with legal counsel at the NCAA, based on conversations with legal counsel at the conference office, we believe there is a very, very high probability that the settlement does get approved. I mentioned one number, which was 300 plus opt-outs. There's 40,000 student athletes who have opted in. And I think when you balance those two numbers, while not perfect and perhaps setting up future problems, I think this at least starts to give us a path to start to move forward and get out of this litigious kind of climate that we've been in for the last several years.
Is there any, one last question on this, is there any appeal process post the settlement that's possible even?
I'm not sure. I'm sure there is, right? I mean, get a settlement. I'm looking at you as well on this.
Well, I mean, if they opted in.
And there's yeah, there's no really appeal. They just gotta pursue their claim.
When we got the
their own,
opt-outs that are out there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I think it's important, Matt, that the Sun Belt is doing exactly what we're doing. Am I correct?
We had a text exchange yesterday, yes, sir. And everybody got the communication on Wednesday that said, hey, you have to opt in before March 1st. And we all said, hey, are we all still in? And 13 others said yes, and I think we will as well. I am not aware of a single Sun Belt, anybody in the group of five, any FBS institution that is choosing not to opt in. There are a few FCS institutions who have said, we want to wait and see, we may not opt in at least initially, which to your question, if you don't opt in, you operate with the same mechanisms and processes that you have. You can't offer $1 more than you currently are in any single one of those things. Personal opinion, there is great risk besides the competitive pieces, besides the notion that you might just see an outward migration of your student athletes to other schools who have opted in. I'm very, very curious if access to championships could come into play for those who choose not to opt in. When you're dealing with different rules and different roster numbers, and I'm awarding this to this one, but you're not. There's already this notion that the Autonomy 4 conferences want more control over championships. I'm left to my own thoughts and opinions if this and that aren't going to match up somewhere down the road. Yes, sir.
NIL benefits are still prohibited to foreign student athletes. Is there anything in legislation with Congressman Klein or anything to change that?
There's a lot of conversations that are being had, but nothing of kind of moving that down right now. We know it's a problem and we're talking about potential solutions.
Matt, thank you very much. I appreciate you walking us through the mud bath. I would just charge you to keep us abreast of what's happening, because it sounds like it's a moving target and you get new mandates and texts and emails regularly. So keep us up to date. And thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
And last, but certainly not least, we have Melinda Wood, who will come and talk to us about, we discussed in November, test optional, and this is the pros of test optional. We heard the cons in November so that we as a board can make an informed decision in the coming months. So Melinda?
Great, thank you, Madam Rector. Thank you, President Key. It's nice to be back in front of you all again today. I will start off with just a recap of where we left off, because I did 2 presentations in November for you all. The first was about the enrollment cliff and what our projections look like to be strong as we move forward and seeing a decline in, potentially a decline in applications in our future. But I think JMU is positioned very well to weather the enrollment cliff challenges that face us. So that was one part of our conversation. The other part was to look at test optional. We did a deep dive on how JMU arrived at a test optional policy in the admissions office. That took us about 18 years to kind of make that move with the support and with the support of academic affairs and making that decision to remove to a test optional policy in 2018. And so what I have prepared for you today is a look at the role of standardized test scores, because that was a question that came up in our meeting the last time, the advantages of requiring a test. And Madam Rector, I did include disadvantages to outline that on both sides so that we have both pieces of that information as we consider this topic again today. So I will start with the role of standardized test scores. And so the role of standardized test scores, there's a lot of information. And I would say that information goes back to the start of when standardized test scores were introduced and what role they play in higher education and in particular in admissions. And so when you read that information, it generally leaves you with 3 distinct bullet points or pieces of information. That standardized test scores are connected to the student's success in the first semester or in the first year. And how do you measure, just as a reminder of the metrics that are used to measure success in the first semester, that includes retention rates, looking at average GPAs for the first semester or first year. It also looks at full-time credit hour completion in those first years, and then benchmarking that against past classes to see how students are performing. So that's just a reminder of that component of this piece. Higher test scores have been linked to higher college GPAs. And then last but not least is it does allow our most selective institutions in the country be able to identify gyms and their applicant pools as they're sorting through so many fantastic applicants. A test score is another data point that can be used, especially at our most selective institutions as they're trying to make those decisions. A question came up and in terms of what falls into that category, what does that look like? And so this is not a complete list because we wouldn't be able to read it. I wanted to share with you a breakdown of 28 schools that require students to submit a standardized test score as a part of the admissions process. This is a list of 14 private institutions and 14 public institutions. And on this slide, you can see information such as the number of applications that these institutions receive, the acceptance rate of those institutions, and then if publicly available, I have also provided for you the mid 50% range of SAT and ACT scores. I've included for you at the bottom where JMU fits so that you can see our application numbers, our acceptance rate, and our mid 50% range of SAT and ACT. A question that came in the November meeting was also about how does this compare nationally? So I've also prepared that information for you. I'm going to share that verbally. The national average on the SAT is a 1024. The national average on the ACT is a 19.5. When we look at that in Virginia, the average SAT score is an 1100. I do not have an ACT average for Virginia because Virginia is predominantly an SAT state. So I just could not get you granular information about how we compare. But that gives you some benchmarks, a little additional information that we didn't have in November when we were visiting this conversation. But what I want to talk about before I move on this slide is, again, coming back to trends that we're seeing. As a reminder, before the pandemic, about 20% of U.S. colleges operated with a test optional admission policy. JMU was in that small number of 20%, having taken a number of years to make this thoughtful decision in removing the requirement of students to submit test scores. During the pandemic, many institutions, 80% of U.S. institutions, stood up very quickly a test optional policy. And so I have been paying attention to what new policies are taking shape 2 and 3 and 4 years out, because as those institutions stood up test optional policies so quickly, many of them added a caveat that they would do research and decide what made sense for their institutions. Typically, it was about a 3-year mark out of standing up that policy and then decide, would they require students to submit tests again, or would they continue to remain test optional? And so trends are certainly emerging. We see that the most elite institutions are returning by and large to requiring students to submit a test score for admission consideration. Another trend that's emerging that I'm paying attention to is what's happening in the public sector, because that's what matters as we think about JMU. And what I've noticed with that is that in state systems as a whole have, in some places, in some areas, returned to requiring all public institutions to for students to submit a test score. Examples of that include Florida, which actually never moved away from requiring students to submit a test score for admission consideration. But Florida, Georgia, and Tennessee have recently adopted a model where all state institutions, the students must submit a test score for admission consideration. The UNC system in North Carolina is taking an interesting approach. They will, in 2026, return to requiring all applicants, to submit a test score if you have a high school GPA of a 2.8 or lower. You must submit a test score for consideration. So it's interesting to watch what policies and changes are emerging at the state level that certainly impacts how those institutions will operate moving forward in this post-COVID era, especially as we move farther away. So from there, I want to talk a little bit about some of the advantages of having tests required for having applicants submit a test score for consideration. The first is that we would be able to identify students in the first semester who may be at risk. Again, the way that you would look at that information is to measure retention rates, to look at completion of full-time credit hours in the first semester, first year, and also look at average GPAs. Those are quick metrics that you can see to measure the success of how students are performing at the university. JMU is incredibly lucky to have a student success team that is measuring and monitoring this as a part of our quality enhancement plan. And it's focused on early alerts. So we're on the front end of making sure that we understand how students are performing once they arrive on our campus. And that work is being done under the guidance of accreditation. And so if you were in the Academic Excellence Committee yesterday, you heard about Dr. Apple's course that he's offering as just one example of the way that we're working to build bridges to make sure that we have avenues for students to be successful at the university with that one example of a course. Next on the list, I think is incredibly important. Test scores would enable our students in rural areas to stand out in an applicant pool. Today, we are seeing fewer students have access to course curriculums like AP and IB, which have been designed to simulate a college classroom environment and to prepare them. So test scores, I see that as a very strong positive for our rural students who truly cannot access those curriculums. And dual enrollment fills a gap, but it doesn't necessarily always fulfill the need of simulating a rigorous curriculum like an AP or an IB. AP stands for Advanced Placement, IB stands for International Baccalaureate curriculums. Last but not least is certainly the impacts that we have seen as a result of COVID-19. As students were learning from home or wherever that may have been during a year to a year and a half instruction, there were significant impacts of learning loss in the K-12 sector. I refer to it often as a 1-2 punch because it's a loss of learning, specifically in math and reading, but also a loss or setback in social emotional development as well. They're out of that space, they were not together, there's setbacks in that occurred during that time. And there's been a tremendous amount of work that's looking at this pandemic generation, Gen P, as it's referred to. I did include at the bottom of the slide some additional reading for you to be able to understand a little bit more about what's going on in the conversation with Gen P and how they are approaching college. We're seeing more and more students who were in the throes of the pandemic generation saying they're not ready for college and they're stepping back. That percentage at an all-time high hit 22% of high school students surveyed saying, I'm not ready, I'm gonna opt out for college. I need to do it wasn't necessarily always academic skill building, but it was the social emotional piece that they really needed to work on and to feel confident to come back and approach the college environment. A few disadvantages, and these are specific to JMU that I want to highlight for you, just so we have that information and in full consideration. The first is we spent a fair bit amount of time in November looking at how the Office of Admissions makes decisions. And I described to you a long tenure of working toward what is the best pieces of information that we have access to be able to make an informed decision to admit the best students who we know that can be successful at JMU. And through that methodology, we have discovered for JMU that the students who are successful are those who have challenged themselves academically through coursework in AP, IB, and in some cases dual enrollment, but more importantly, the students who have taken advantage of AP or IB curriculums, in addition to honors classes that they may have also taken. We know that curriculum matters we know that those challenging, rigorous curriculums matter in the core areas, English, history, math, science, and language, as being strong predictors of students being successful. There's as much research on students who take AP or IB coursework as being college ready and successful in college as there is on standardized testing. So I'll give some examples of that. AP advanced placement courses are designed to move or to simulate a college level course. An AP course is designed to deepen knowledge. It's designed to start building analytical skills and critical thinking skills. They move at a faster pace than a standard level or honors level course. So students are starting to build the necessary skill sets to be able to do excellent work in and or to continue to build that study skills that they need in order to be successful in a university. The data also shows for AP classes that students who take at least one AP class, just one, will almost always fare better in introductory college courses than their peers who have not had access or taken those more challenging curriculums. So I think what I want you to hear me say is we are coming at college readiness through core courses and the rigor of the student's curriculum to make an informed decision and selecting the best students in our applicant pool for JMU that we know can be successful. We've seen that evidence as Dr. Colbert pointed out in November and shared with you, retention rates, graduation rates have been stable and consistent for the university over a long period of time, 20 to 30 years. The average GPA of our first semester student, the average GPA in the first semester as well in the first year have been stable for JMU students coming into the university. And so those are measures of success that we can use to determine whether or not the admission criteria that we're using also leads to success of the university, of students here in the university and in the classroom. I can't leave the podium without stating what's happening in our state here in Virginia with our public institutions. As of today, as far as I am aware, all public institutions in Virginia operate under test optional. So my concern and my professional experience is if JMU becomes an outlier and we are the only institution that requires students to submit a test score, it will impact our applicant pool. How will it impact our applicant pool is to be determined, and I'm hoping we don't have to determine that. But here are some real experiences that I've had in my professional career. There was at my previous institution, Lehigh University, we made one significant change to our application materials, requiring students to submit an essay for their application. When we did that, our applicant pool dropped by 12%. It took us 3 admission cycles to regain the losses we had made. At an institution where 96% of the budget is tuition driven, it made people nervous, including the Office of Admissions, right? We were successful in building the applicant pool, but that kind of change can have an impact. The reason that happened at Elon is because we were an outlier. We were the only one in our peer set and our competition set that stood up a requirement that other institutions that students were considering did not. And so I have to kind of outline that here for you to understand the significance and the impact should JMU be an outlier in this population. Virginia Tech is here because Virginia Tech is our #1 cross-application school. When students are applying to JMU, they are almost also considering Virginia Tech. And so what Virginia Tech is doing does matter to JMU because of the potential impact that it will have. When we see survey data at the end of admission cycles and we understand where students applied or where they have chosen to go to college, Virginia Tech is at the top of the list in double digits, and it has consistently been that way for over 20 years of information that I could gather. So paying attention to what's happening at Tech really does matter at this institution. When we were together in November, we talked a little bit about the competitor set. Who is JMU competing against? How do we benchmark ourselves? And so I wanted to provide some of that information for your knowledge here today. I've broken it down into 5 categories. The first category is looking at all of our cross-applicant schools. These again are schools that when students say they're applying to JMU, they are also applying to one or many of the institutions you see listed here at the first category, the 21. On average, students today apply to 9 universities, so multiple applications are going in to these other institutions as they're also submitting an application to JMU. Today, none of those institutions on our competitor or cross-applicant list require students to submit a standardized test score for admission consideration. Our peer institutions, I'm going to use the phrase, we look like maybe perhaps on paper, similar in size, similar academic programs, similar graduate programs, similar research as well. These are institutions that on paper we look similar to. And in that peer group or in that peer set, all of those institutions, all 9 institutions, operate with a test optional policy. As we look in Virginia, I've talked about the public institutions that also carries over and is true in the privates, with one exception, and that's with Patrick Henry College, that requires applicants to submit a test score for admission consideration. R2, that was another question that came up in our previous meeting about where do we sit in terms of R2 applications or R2. So of 131 institutions, 123 of those operate with a test optional admission policy. Last but not least, I've listed for you the common application. Why the common application? Because 98% of the applications that we receive annually come to us through the common app. And so what's happening with the common application and how students are selecting to apply, it does matter to us and what's happening there. So 1,046 of the 1,101 institutions offer test optional admission to the university or test optional practice. I did include another source for you so that you can go out and see all of the institutions today that are requiring students to submit a test score as a part of their admissions materials. And again, we're down to still hovering at about 80% of US institutions that I think maybe it's 79% of US institutions that do not require students to submit a test score for admission consideration. So actually, how do you go back? So selectivity rates and how do you measure whether or not an institution is doing well and selecting the best students for enrollment, for admission to the university, that we are really choosing among the best and brightest. One of the quickest and easiest ways to do that is to look at an admit rate. So what I have pulled together for you is a preview, a look at JMU's history over the last 10 years in terms of the number of applications that we have received, the number of students that have been offered admission to the university. The red trend line shows you exactly where we started at 69.7% acceptance rate in 2016. We hit an ultimate peak of almost 83% admit rate in 2021. It was the point of the lowest applications that we've received in the university's history, and therefore the highest admit rate in order to meet our enrollment goals. And then over the last 4 years, we have been working to reverse that. We have received more applications to the university. The first was simply by joining the common application that broadened our reach, but years 2 and 3 and 4 from the Common App have been focused on what's happening on this campus that sets us apart from all of our peers, how successful our students are in and out of the classroom. You can't turn in any direction without reading about JMU football or JMU women's basketball and their success, the research that's happening with our faculty, the move to R2 and our reclassification from a regional public to a national public institution. All of that momentum is building interest in students wanting to be a part of JMU. What I would say was once a best kept secret in Virginia and the Shenandoah Valley is no longer a best kept secret. People want to be a part of this institution and they are applying, and the way that they signal that to us is by applying for admission to the university. And that gives us the ability to select, of all of those applicants, select the very best, the very brightest who are academically prepared and ready to be here. I would also remind you that this is part of the enrollment strategy to weather the enrollment cliff that we talked about in November as well. The idea to build momentum and to really deepen our applicant pool is essential. If experts in the room and enrollment management that I work with and my own expertise, the more applications you have, the deeper your applicant pool is, the better position you are in to weather enrollment challenges in the future. Because you, as the institution, can decide how many students you need to can admit. And then if you need more students, you build a wait list, and then you can pull from that wait list to make sure that you meet your enrollment goals. That's incredibly important. So last on my list is just a scenario, because I wanted to leave you with, well, what could happen, what may happen, to give you an idea. So the last piece here, we'll start with the purple side first. That's a representation of our current admissions policy. We have 44,000 students who applied for admission for the fall class. With that, we will be able to complete the applicant pool at about 97% rate, meaning that the students who submitted an application will also follow through and submit their supporting materials that we require. That includes a transcript, an official high school transcript, their senior schedule, and a complete application, of course. Those are the components that we require, and we will get 97% of that information. And then that information will move forward to a reviewer. And from that review stage, students will be selected for admission. We read by high school, we make decisions by high school, and we do that because we look at what's available to that student in their school and make a decision based on the rigor of their curriculum in comparison to what their high school has had to offer them and what they have chosen to take advantage of. And then we will hopefully welcome 4,800 new students to our campus in August. As we move to the side, the pan side, I wanted to provide as clear picture as I could in terms of what happens if JMU becomes an outlier in our peer set, in our competitor set. So according to the Common Application in 2023, 43% of applicants nationally submitted a standardized test score for admission consideration, so an SAT or an ACT. So using that as my guiding post, it would take our applicant pool from 44,000 potentially down to 18,950 complete applications. That means we would have all the materials that we would require, including an official test score. Those applications would then be read by the reviewers. I suspect we can't admit everyone, but we would likely offer 93% of those students admission to JMU. And then we would not meet our enrollment goal of 4,800, which then will result in a potential budget deficit for the university, not only for 1 year, but over the course of 4 years. Because when you under enroll for 1 year, you carry that under enrollment for 4. And so with that, and I went quick, I will be happy to answer questions.
I could interrupt. I'm
Yes.
generally not one who interrupts presentations, but as a person who is responsible for the budget, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say, and I think you all know this, we can't absorb a loss like that. Even if Melinda's wrong by half, with all of the challenges that we have facing us, and the pressure to keep tuition low, which we understand, we just can't. If we don't meet our numbers, that will just be detrimental to us. So I just feel like it's my responsibility to say that.
Dickie, you had a question?
Yes, Melinda, we're test optional. I hope we will always be test optional. But I'm trying to get my head around what is the true value of standardized tests? If it's submitted, how do we weight that in the application process?
Sure. So in our conversation in November, when JMU first started evaluating how we were making admissions decisions starting in 2000, it lined up with the state of Virginia offering an advanced diploma, introducing the advanced diploma, I think it was in 1998. And that advanced diploma was designed by the Virginia Department of Education to provide career and college-ready pathways for students. So a more rigorous curriculum that students can pursue in their high schools to prepare them for four-year college. At that time, the admissions office began to pay attention to what that meant. What does that rigor of curriculum mean? So it means that students were taking, as they always have, 4 years of English, but now 4 years of math, going beyond Algebra 2. And I have to tell you, math beyond Algebra 2 is often the most difficult and challenging hurdle for many students to overcome. 4 years of science, 3 years of history or social sciences, and 3 years of world language or foreign language in their curriculum. So that became the requirement. And also for the advanced diploma track, students were required to take at least one AP course as a part of the requirement to be able to earn that advanced diploma, that advanced high school diploma designation. Today, about 51% of high school graduates in Virginia take advantage of the advanced diploma. And so as that began to take root in Virginia, the Office of Admissions began lining the admission criteria with the support of academic affairs around the advanced diploma requirements. And so when we started, we were looking at SAT with a high school GPA, but over time, the test score became number 5 on the list, and replacing it for curriculum, the rigor of the curriculum, the grades that a student was earning and what was available to them. And we removed the high school GPA from the formula completely because we knew that it was more important to look at the classes a student was taking and not just a cumulative GPA that they had earned. What were the classes? Why? And making sure that they were meeting in the core curriculum classes they would continue to take here at JMU. And then through evidence and research, knowing that AP curriculum set students up at the pace of a college course, that also became an important benchmark for success at the university. It was a really long answer to your question. I'm not sure it was exactly clear, but that is where we really began to lean in heavily to high school curriculums and courses that students had available to them. And we followed the Virginia Department of Education's lead on making that distinction. There's a standard diploma and advanced diploma.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I think I get it. My question is sort of a hypothetical, and I hate to do those because that's what lawyers do.
Well,
No,
I did that here, right?
Yeah.
So.
But let's say you had a decision to make on 2 applicants. And everything else being equal, one of them had taken SATs and the other hadn't. Does that qualify them instead, or?
Sure. So the percentage of students who are submitting SAT or ACT scores for us today is right at the national average at about 40%. And so when we're looking at an applicant pool, most often we don't have enough test score data on the, like if we had a large number of high schools, and I know you asked me about 2 students, but as we're looking at 200 applications from Herndon High School, that is a real example. We don't have enough test score data available to us on all of those students to be able to apply it in a way that is that would make it make sense, right? So we would more than likely, if you had 2 students who have taken the same curriculum, have taken the same rigorous preparation in terms of advanced classes or IB classes, and they've earned similar grades, maybe they're a difference by 1 or 2 grades, we would more than likely offer both of those students admission to the university.
All right. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Let me just say, I'm glad I'm not applying today. I'd get rid of trouble.
Other questions for Melinda? Thank you very much, Melinda. We appreciate your giving us a second presentation.
All right, thank you.
Harry.
Yes, Madam Rector, I would move the board would go into closed session to discuss the following matters. Pursuant to section 2.2-311 A1 of the Code of Virginia, I move we go into closed session to discuss personnel matters involving assignments, promotions, performance, retirements, hiring, resignations, salary adjustments, and status changes of faculty members, university administrators, and appointees. And pursuant to section 2.2-311 A3 of the Code of Virginia, to discuss the disposition of publicly held real estate property located in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and pursuant to section 2.2-311 A7, to consult with legal counsel pertaining to actual or probable litigation, and pursuant to section 2.2-311 A8, to consult with legal counsel for the provision of legal advice by such counsel, and pursuant to section 2.23-311 A11 regarding the discussion or consideration of honorary or special awards.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for being here, and we'll resume in about 5 minutes.
Okay, great, thank you. So
I'm a, I mean, obviously, but, you know. But I was going.
I have an emergency campus dispatch vehicle that I call.
First year.
And but I think the other thing I have.
We're live. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call for the motions that we addressed in closed session. I'd like to call on Terry for a motion to approve the personnel action report.
Madam Rector, I move the board approve.
Oh,
the
wait.
personnel-
Sorry,
That's
I
okay.
have to read the language that I already read.
Okay.
To be official. During the closed session, the committee discussed only matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements and only those types of matters identified in the motions for the closed session. And I'll go back again around like I did earlier.
Yes.
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 And I'm voting for Carly. She said yes by proxy.
Jack.
And Jack. Oh, yes. Okay, now I call for the motion,
Great.
Terry. First
Madam-
motion.
Okay, Madam Rector, I move the board approve the personnel action report.
All in, or
Second.
Second, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. The next motion is on regarding real estate from Steve.
Madam Rector, I move that the Board of Visitors authorize James Madison University to enter into an agreement with the James Madison University Foundation for the development and construction of a new president's residence and event center in the 900 block of Forest Hill Road and Locust Hill Drive. The new residence is necessary to replace the existing president's home, which no longer adequately meets the university's need for official functions and hospitality and is not ADA compliant. The project will be developed by the foundation with a budget between $2.5 million and $4 million for the residence, pool house, garage and pool. Upon completion, JMU will enter into a lease with the foundation for the property with the option to purchase. This motion grants full authority for JMU to proceed with this project without requiring further approvals from the board. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Noted, thank you. Next motion is the honorary degree, Nicole.
Madam Rector, I move the university award an honorary doctorate of science degree.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of awarding the honorary degree signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. That concludes our board meeting. Thank you very much for your time. And I call for adjournment.
I'll make the motion.
Everybody can get up and go.